All right, good morning, everyone. We'll go ahead and get started and just go ahead and kick things off to Lee and her staff with the FY26 fiscal forecast.
Dr. Reed, did you want to say something first?
I just wanted to, for those watching, today is also an opportunity for all the staff here to kind of sport some connection to a university. So you may see staff in college and school board members in college swag, and that's also part of our AVID work in terms of being transparent about post-secondary opportunities. So I want to thank all those participating in that. And then, Mr. McDaniel, thank you for giving us an opportunity to present the budget. And obviously, this is the fiscal forecast aspect of our budget process. And the team has spent a great deal of time analyzing a variety of data points, and we're excited to have an opportunity to share our fiscal forecast as part of our budget process moving forward. So Ms. Burden, our award-winning finance person, and by the way, we did receive again the GFOA award for budget excellence this year. And I think while it goes without saying, I think we don't say it enough that we're very blessed to have such high-quality staff and work here in Fairfax County Public Schools. So, Ms. Burden, I'm going to turn it over to you and the team, and I know the board is eager to engage on our fiscal forecast and contemplating our budget priorities. So thank you, Mr. McDaniel.
Okay, if you want to go to the first. So the first chart is the agenda. I have the first bullet, and Mr. McDaniels and Ms. Sizemore-Heiser have the other three bullets. They'll be talking about that stuff after we complete the fiscal forecast. On page 3 is the background. This is our kickoff of the next year budget planning process with a preliminary forecast. And, let me emphasize the word preliminary. It's still very, very early for us to, have all of the answers that we'd like to have for the superintendent's proposed. So it is a preliminary budget. It includes projections for key financial areas, but some of those, of course, are placeholders. They're still in the planning stages. New this year, of course, is inclusion of items resulting from the collective bargaining negotiations. And this, what we're working towards is the joint fiscal forecast meeting with the county that is scheduled for November 26th at 3 p.m. And they will take our PowerPoint slides and merge them into theirs, and that will be what is presented to the Board of Supervisors and the school board jointly that Tuesday. And as you all know, the budget development process is a collaborative process involving many stakeholders. The Virginia Code mandates that the superintendent put together a budget based on needs or a needs-based budget. And the strategic plan guides the work of FCPS through 2030 with their 4 pillars and our goals, and that's the foundation of our work. Again, these are preliminary broad estimates and shouldn't be interpreted as the superintendent's proposed budget because it's not. The superintendent's proposed budget will be different because some of the costing that we have right now are estimates.
And Lee, can I pause you for a second? Mr. Dunn has joined, so why don't we go ahead and we're going to go ahead and do the motion to bring him in virtually. Mr. Dunn will be virtual today. He has submitted a written request to attend this morning's meeting virtually due to a personal work conflict. He'll be attending this morning's meeting from Alexandria, Virginia. All those in favor of approving the virtual request? That's unanimous. And Mr. Dunn, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Okay, Lee, thank you. You can proceed.
So as you might have gathered, the collective bargaining has a great impact on the budgeting process. The FEU, or Fairfax Education Unions, was certified in July. And, we began bargaining with them for fiscal 26, and this preliminary review will show the results of that. Certification of the bargaining unit for administrators just happened, so they'll be bargaining for fiscal 27 budget. And all of this, of course, is aligned with the budget timeline. And because in the actual resolution, it says that September 1 is when their budget proposals have to be presented to us, and then we have to have a tentative agreement by November 1, also that we can include whatever's been bargained for in the superintendent's proposed budget. At this point, I think they still have to certify through their membership, and then it comes to the school board. And then once we find out our funding levels in April-May timeframe, that's when we come back to the bargaining table to get assistance from them with what we would reduce the budget if we don't get full funding, if the funding does not align with what our request was. So the forecast summary. We're expecting about $30 million. That's mostly state dollars. It's based on the biennium budget. You know, the state does a 2-year budget, and so there's already a fiscal 26 budget out there. The expenditure levels are based largely on the results of the collective bargaining negotiations at $305 million. We don't estimate county resources for the preliminary fiscal forecast. And so that shows what our ask would be based on this very early fiscal forecast of $275 million. You should also know that 1 penny of the tax rate, real estate tax rate, and real estate taxes are generally what funds the school division, and it's $32.3 million in county revenue for each penny of real estate taxes, and we generally get about half that, or about $16.5 million is what we receive from any new penny from the county. To go into a little more detail with the revenue projections, again, these numbers reflect any increases or decreases that we may be seeing right now. So beginning balance is 0. We're expecting the exact same level, the $28.1 million that we have in the current year's budget, and that's what we have set aside for next year's budget as well. Again, no estimate for county transfer. State revenue is, right now, the biennium budget shows us receiving an additional $23.7 million. And most of that is salary. As you all know, the governor included a 3% salary increase in the second year of the biennium as well. We get about $6 million per percentage point from the state. So about $18 million of that $23.7 is for compensation. And I'll talk about this more at the expenditure level, but they give us $6 million, but each 1% costs us $30 million. And that's everybody in the school division. But so it's just a little bit, but we'll take it. We would never turn down any state funding. Federal revenue, we have assumed to be flat. Generally speaking, the only federal revenue in the school operating fund is IDEA, Perkins, E-rate, and impact aid. We get about $41 million from IDEA, Carl Perkins, a couple of million, E-rate, a couple of million, and impact aid, $4 million is what we get from them. But we're not assuming any increases in any federal funding sources based on the current environment. Fairfax City and other revenue. Fairfax City's bill has been increasing over the last couple of years, and we're making that change in our revenue as well to recognize that. That's about a $6 million increase. And then also we got a little bit of funds because the TJ enrollment for tuition-paying jurisdictions is come up a little bit, and so we're fixing that in the budget by increasing it for our revenue as well. So that's how you get the $30.4 million in other revenue. As far as the expenditures go, the collective bargaining, which is primarily salaries and benefits, bargained for a 7% compensation increase, which costs about $210 million. Again, $30 million per 1%. Transportation and food service enhancements in their salaries, and then healthcare is going up. And we've assumed that the employer share of that is about $27 million, and that totals the $240. We also have required adjustments. We had a collaboration between IT, planning, and budget this year to ensure that we had some enrollment projections very early on. Normally, at this stage of the game, we don't have enrollment projections, so we're kind of guessing as to what it might be. But we do have enrollment projections at this point. In general education and ESL and free and reduced are all generally flat or a little bit under. Where we're seeing increases is in special education. And so the cost of staffing for those increases in special ed is projected at about $25 million of this 46.2. We also have retirement rate increases. The VRS rates are not revealed until the governor introduces his budget on December the 18th, but we do have the ERFC rates, and they're going up slightly from 6.48% to 6.61%. And then the county retirement program, which a lot of our folks belong to, is going from 32.6 to 33.8. Those two combined total about $5 million. Contractual increases are about $9 million, and that's for service and maintenance contracts that are going up, inflationary increases for electricity, fuel, leases, those kinds of things. And then insurance, workers' comp and liability insurance need their reserves increased. We try to do that at closeout every year, but after we do that a couple of years, then we really need to just build it into the budget. Is something that we're experiencing. As far as ongoing needs go, we have the substitute incentive, which we've been doing for 3 years now. So we really need to build that into the budget because it's helped tremendously with our fill rates for substitutes. We also have AP and IB test fees that have been exceeding their budget by $500,000 or more the last couple of years. Again, that's something that we need to go ahead and build into the budget as being a recurring cost that is increased. Online campus, we've had an 80% increase in enrollment in our online campus, and we've been covering that, but it needs to be built into the budget. That's a $1 million increase there. Cybersecurity, we had some things that we funded with ESSER, and we need to continue those things to make sure that we're safe with our cybersecurity. We also, middle school late buses is something that we've been doing since fiscal 19. When we first started adding a fourth middle school bus, we just added it to the high poverty schools. But for the last couple of years, we've been also funding that fourth day for the other middle schools, and this will make that permanent instead of a question mark each year. Legal fees, this is the cost of our outsourcing our legal fees. That has been increased for the last few years. We've handled it internally, but we really need to bring that up to the level that we've been experiencing. Although I am hopeful because, at the same time, we've been trying to add internal attorneys to reduce that cost or that reliance on attorneys outside of the division whose hourly rate are certainly, it's more than we want to pay. It's probably okay, but it's a lot. But we do need to build that into the budget because we've been experiencing it where the budget doesn't have enough funds for those external legal fees as long as I've been here for the last 6 years. And then the other items, planning time, major maintenance, which we hear about all the time, enhanced summer school, which we've been doing since COVID, and the community seems to like that, safety and security initiatives, inclusive practices, and multilingual instructional initiatives. Those items are in the planning stages, so we just have placeholders for those, and more to come on that when we actually introduce the superintendent's proposed. And then there's the multi-year investments. These are things that you saw last year. That's the HCM project or HR infrastructure replacement for their technology. That's $0.7 million. The certified athletic trainers, this adds a second athletic trainer at each high school. We're in year 3 of a 5-year phase-in. We're adding 5 more athletic directors every year. And then fine arts. You may recall that we added fine arts stipends at the high schools for theater, the drumline, and the color guard. In fiscal 26, we're proposing that we do the same for the middle school, and then we're adding an additional high school one, but I don't remember what that is. Anyway, the multi-year investments total about $4 million, so a pretty small amount. And then, of course, we have base savings, which is savings from turnover that we have in our budget every year. We just account for the fact that we will have that turnover, and as a result, some salaries won't be paid, and that's at $33 million, so that the total budget is, expenditure lines are $305.7 million. The Budget Committee thought that it would be a good idea, if you can go to the next slide, to talk about school funding in general, just in general. You know, we are a dependent school division, which means we don't have taxing authority. We have to rely on the local governing body to tell us our funding appropriation. About, 69% of all of our budget funding comes from the county, and again, that's largely from real estate taxes. The state kicks in about 27% of our budget, and that's through state aid and sales tax. And so the two combined, county and state, is about 96% of our budget funding. The rest of it's, beginning balance, about 1%, federal, about 1%, City of Fairfax and other revenue sources, all about 1% as well. But largely, it is the local and the state that provides funding for schools. So if you go to the next slide, state funding. Again, fiscal '26 is the second year of the biennium, where the additional state funding tends to be lower than the first year of the biennium. The governor's expected to introduce his budget on December the 18th, and that's when we'll know what his amendments are. The JLAR recommendations previously estimated about $568 million for Fairfax. The joint subcommittee has been meeting. They met in September and October, and they're trying to prioritize their near-term recommendations, which removal of the support cap would probably have the largest impact for us as far as the amount of funding that we'd receive, although they have been kind of whittling away with that along the way. Then, using a different average for salaries would potentially impact us positively. Using a 3-year average of the LCI would impact us positively. And then at-risk funding and special ed funding are all things that they have on their near term, and they're meeting again on December 9th. They hope to have updated costs at that point in time, and they will make a recommendation. So we'll wait till December 9th and see what JLARC has to say about their near-term recommendation priorities. As far as the federal funding goes, again, IDEA, we're supposed to get 40%. It ends up being 9.5% for Fairfax. We get, again, $41 million from IDEA, and that supports about 292 positions. And if fiscal '25, if they actually funded 40%, we would get an additional 127.9 in addition to the 41 million. Same thing with impact aid. If we were fully funded, it would be 20.1 million. We get 4 million. So that is another area where we would, appreciate full funding. And then the last chart is just the budget development calendar. The governor introduced state budget, says the 19th. That's wrong. It's December 18th. I just confirmed that. So these dates are tentative, but we'll correct that. And then this identifies all of the other important things that are happening throughout the winter and the spring as far as budget goes. And now I'll turn it over to Mr. McDaniel, who's going to talk about school board member priorities.
Okay, why don't do we want to go around the room on this actual presentation for the fiscal forecast, and then we'll get into the internal processes? So if I don't see any names up, no questions. Wow, that was quick. Okay, I'm gonna. Mr. Moon shook his head yes first, so I'll go with Mr. Moon, and then Dr. Anderson, and then Mr. Frisch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a few preliminary questions. What was the amount of budget increase last year that we adopted? I'm talking about FY '25. I forget the numbers.
So in FY '25, we had a $233 million increase, or 6.6%.
6.6% compared to the prior year. So the projection seems to be calling for, without putting in potentially additional cost for enrollment growth or demographic change, we are projecting 8.3% increase for the next year. Is that?
Enrollment increases are included in there, at $25 million
Okay, sorry, I missed that. So 8.3% is what the projection shows. Correct?
Yes.
And out of that, about 6.5% is attributed to collective bargaining.
I would have to do the math on that, but I'm confident that your math is correct, Mr. Moon.
Okay, so I'm just trying to see where if we do not touch, board does not get to discuss or does not change anything to the collective bargaining, what the room for potential change might be. That seems to be just limited to about 1.8%. Yes. Just anticipating questions from County Board of Supervisors that they were only able to give a certain amount, but you are asking for now additional almost 2% above the increase that you have gotten this year. Yes.
I just wanted to clarify that our budget went up 233 million last year, but the county transfer was only 165 million.
Okay.
The rest of
Okay.
it was state.
All right. Percentage still stays 6.6% increase compared to. Okay, that's, Mr. Chairman, those are the preliminary questions that I have at this point. And the next question perhaps goes to, because I'm forgetting these dates, Superintendent, when do you expect? We have joint meeting with the County Board of Supervisors on 26. And this will be I am assuming that this is going to be what's going to be presented unless board directs you otherwise. When do you expect for the board to have any discussion about collective bargaining?
So we have a calendar for that conversation, I believe, that has been included. The tentative agreements will be shared with the members of the union as well, because they have not voted to ratify. It's, again, a tentative agreement. So I believe we're scheduled to talk about more of the details on December 5th. But I think, Mr. Smith, did you have I know when you put together the calendar, we were talking about December 5th, some more of the detailed pieces. Again, November 26th is a fiscal forecast, right? It's not the presentation of the budget, of the superintendent's budget. So just wanting to clarify that based on our look at where collective bargaining's current tentative agreements sit, that are yet to be ratified by the union and yet to be confirmed by the board, this is our best look at the forecast, given the initiatives we would like to continue. And the collective bargaining space. So the board's going to have opportunities to discuss collective bargaining, we believe, December 5th and December 19th. We've made time for both of those days for discussion. And I won't be presenting the superintendent's budget till late January. So there's still, I think, a great deal of time to process that.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
And Dr. Anderson?
Thank you. I think I had some similar questions as Mr. Moon regarding the biggest chunk of what is here in front of us being collective bargaining and the board's role in that. And I am not sure if it's a question here, if it's not to be answered here, but I'd still would like to raise it for future discussions. I would very much want to know what is the board's role with this, I guess, tentative agreement that FEU still has to ratify. Is it pro forma? Is what the staff in FEU, what they've come up with? Does the board have any input, or is it that we expect to accept it?
Well, I think that at this time, the tentative agreements will be run through the ratification process by the union first, even as we make sure you're aware of the details. I believe you are in the aggregate, but there are also what we would characterize as non-monetary tentative agreements that I think will need further discussion. So having said that, I think the board's role is at the end of the day approving the agreement that has been ratified when that occurs, that comes before you in an open, public, regular board meeting. I think that there's also space in the resolution that depending on the transfer from the county and depending on the state's, or the Commonwealth in this case, commitment to public education and funding it, we may or may not need to go back in for a narrow reopener around collective bargaining if the funds or the resources are not available that we would hope would be available.
Sure. So given that, that circumstance, what I think I'm hearing from you is the board's ratification of whatever is agreed upon by staff and the units is essentially pro forma. There's no space for there to be changes based on the board.
I don't know that I would use the term pro forma, but essentially in collective bargaining, the authority to bargain is delegated to the bargaining team. And that bargaining team, I know we've sent the makeup of that in our division side as well as the union side. We engaged in interest-based bargaining, excuse me, they engaged in interest-based bargaining to come to tentative agreement on a number of topics. Those topics were governed by the resolution that you passed as a board and certified. So the bargaining teams didn't stray from the resolution directed topics, but to the degree that those topics are delegated to those bargaining teams, indeed, that work will come back to you after a ratification vote for approval and not for modification.
Okay, I'll circle back about that in just a little bit. I wanted to go on to the resolution that the board passed last year in preparation of the budget. I think it was last January after the new board was convened. A second part of that resolution was for there to be information to the board to identify an evaluation of return on investments. When will that information be provided for the board's deliberation?
So if you'll recall, the path we took to do the efficiency study and look at return on investment, as well as key and critical key performance indicators, KPIs, was working with the Baldrige framework and actually competing for the Baldrige organizational management award status. We did begin that work last summer, and it is a 2-year process. So as we have updates in that work, and I think there's already been one update, and there's another one coming, I believe, later this year, prior to the final budget, but it is a 2-year process. And so the final, recommendations won't be for another year, but there'll be interim reports that should give us a heads up on that.
Will these reports be available before we dive into this part of the process, before your proposal? Will there be any board discussion on that? Because that was supposed to inform what we elevated as things that we wanted to see in the budget as a board.
I don't think a 2-year process will be finished in less than a year.
At the 2
Because
year.
it'll
Any
only
of
be
the
6 months.
Any of the interim reports, will
Yeah.
any of those be available before we delve into this?
One has already been made available, I believe in September, and we can recirculate that. And Mr. Smith, do we have the second one? I know we're working on that, the 50-page analysis piece, but I kind of think it's the end of the academic year.
So we start with the 25-page application, and that application is due April 15th. And so as we're developing that application, we'll be sharing information with the board as that process develops. We've pulled together a team of school leaders, both central office and school-based leaders, and they're actually in a call right now. They're meeting all day today. They're broken up into 7 very distinct team leads and very distinct teams who will be pulling information together to compete for the 25-page application. And as we pull those reports together, we'll be sharing that information with the superintendent and the board.
Right, and I guess my question is, when is the board going to have a chance to deliberate on whatever these interim reports are in preparation for the budget process? Have you had any thoughts as to when this will be included in the budget work sessions?
Got a question for me?
Whoever would like to field it.
So the second report's not going to be back until we said April? April 15th. So looking at the calendar here, that's around the time that we do budget pre-markup. So based on what the timeline looks like, excuse me, that's when the Board of Supervisors pre-markup. Our adoption is the approved budget is presented to the school board on May the 8th. So I'd anticipate sometime after it's presented, prior to May 8th, if at all.
So in the meanwhile, the initial report that Dr. Reed shared was available in September. When will that be part of the discussions for us in the budget work?
We can have that discussion whenever a more board member brings it forward. I mean,
Okay.
if you want to bring that forward, you can certainly do that.
Because the whole idea of that work is to inform the process. So I didn't expect that a board member would have to bring it forward because it was already identified. It would inform these conversations. So I just assumed it would be represented in a, summary way in order to inform these conversations.
Did you have a comment?
So I believe when it was presented in September, it was part of an EL. So the board did have an opportunity to discuss it in the EL. And we're able to bring anything we want to the table that has been presented to the board to inform our conversations.
It was not as in-depth as I would imagine in the EL, but we could stick a pin. I also know that we had a number of other budget-related follow-on motions, and again, to help inform the next process, that were tied into EL 11. When do we expect EL 11 to be presented? I know I just can't pull the calendar right now. Okay, so that would be plenty of time. I just want to be sure that we have the totality of the information in front of us in order for us to be as informed as possible in this process. I feel like there's some pieces that are not coming into this collective conversation, and I would not expect that individual board members would have to bring them. They need to be part of the overall comprehensive presentation. And I'll take a go back, please.
Mr. Frisch?
All right, thank you very much. One of the things that I think is great about this presentation today, in the last budget conversation, Ms. Burden, we talked a bit about how we were always in a difficult position because we're racing to come up with enrollment projections in line with the financial forecast, and sometimes we're a bit off as a result of that. You indicated that great attention had been given to that this year to try and get as accurate initial forecast as possible. Can you explain a little bit about how the team of different departments worked to make that happen?
I'm going to let Matthew Norton talk about that because he led that effort.
Yeah, so we started off the process by working with DIT to try to make sure that September 30th actual enrollment was available as soon as possible for our facilities team. That's obviously the starting point for the data that they use to try to build the future projections. Along the same lines as that, we worked with facilities to try to accelerate that timeline, which I think did put quite a pinch on them, if I'm going to be honest about it. But they did accelerate their timeline and provide the projections towards the end of October, which is a couple of weeks earlier than we would traditionally have received them. And then we've obviously taken that data and started to estimate as best we can. And I will acknowledge that the forecast is still an estimate, but we expect it to be much more accurate given all of the information that we were able to get up front.
I think that was one of the points of frustration that we heard from the county board when we had our conversations with them. So in the presentation, I think it would be good for us to accentuate that we've done some work to refine that estimate. I was at a Timber Lane Elementary School today with Delegate Marcus Simon, and it's interesting that we have the substitute incentive on here as one of the items. Because Principal Chayat was talking about how much more they've been filling their substitute positions as a result of the work that we've been doing. So this is having a real impact, especially in schools that were really struggling to fill those substitute roles. So I'm grateful to see us continuing that initiative. I think with any of these, discussions about the budget. Obviously, we should underscore again that JLARC's recommendation is to get us to an average amount of state funding, and that would be $1,900 per student, $568 million. Statewide, throughout Virginia, local jurisdictions provide 52% of funding of their budgets to their school divisions. So hopeful on that front as well. For the governor's budget proposal coming up, do you expect to see new funding for the administration of the accountability and accreditation changes?
I don't know, but Mr. Malloy is here somewhere.
So, Mr. Fish, thank you for the question. Recently, the governor held a press conference about the accountability system and mentioned that he may be placing $50 million into his proposed budget to address some of the issues with the accountability. But that's as far as we know.
So $50 million for the entire Commonwealth. And that would, seems like a bit of a drop in the bucket, especially with the data that they released because of a FOIA request last week. Interesting. Well, I appreciate all the work that's gone into this, and I'll hold the rest of my comments for the further discussion about budget questions and resolution. Thank you.
Mr. McDaniel, if I can, I just wanted to say something about Mr. Moon's comments, because I wouldn't want you all to leave with the wrong impression. Although the $270 million ask that is shown in the fiscal forecast is above, of course, what we were actually funded, we did ask for $254 million at this same stage last year. And you may recall that the county, we don't have any revenue projections for them, and we won't have those until November 26th. Their revenue projections at that point in time were $75 million for us, and they came up $90 million, so that by the time we got to the approved budget, the funding levels from the county was $165 million. We did have to reduce our budget. We took, a couple percentages off the salary increase that was proposed and did some other things to be able to balance. State money came up a little bit as well during that time frame. But even though it's 272, it was 254 last year at this point in time, and that was without collective bargaining. So I just didn't want you all to get the impression that this was far outside what we'd asked previously, because it's not.
Thank you. And Ms. Mirren?
Thank you. Good morning. Welcome to the new year of work. I had some specific questions and just a request, as we're refreshing our memories from last year and what might come. It would be really great to just have this stuff in like a nice clean, here's what we got last year, here's the comparison, here, because it's hard to keep straight of the numbers, especially since they're probably expected to change. I did just want to ask a few questions about the expenditure projections. They were on slide 8. So, Ms. Burden, you mentioned that the required adjustments are $46.2 million, and that you said roughly $25 million of that is for special education. I was wondering if we know the breakdown of how the special education funding is spent in terms of how much is spent on identified learning disabilities, how much is spent on students with intellectual disabilities, and then clarifying if any of that funding is going towards our students with 504 plans, which I believe they are not, but just being really clear, because I know I'd like to understand, you said the level of students needing special ed is increasing. I'm wondering, is it because we're identifying more students, particularly with learning needs, as we do the benchmark literacy and we're catching learning difficulties early? Why are we seeing that? So that is one thing that I'd like to know, either today or I could certainly submit a budget question. Let me pause there for a moment.
Yeah, the cost of enrollment is always staffing, and Matthew Norton heads that up, so I'll let him.
Yeah, so to address a couple of your questions, and let me know if there's anything that I miss here, but 504 plans would not be included in that $25 million cost. All of our staffing standards related to special education, have to do with IEPs, not 504 plans. What I would say about the special education projections, they are basically the bulk of that cost, if not more than the $25 million. There's actually some slight offsets in the fact that we have a reduced number of students projected. And so, that special ed is the cost, basically. There'll be minor, the other pieces, multilingual learners, FRM, number of students, but it's largely driven by special ed. Within special ed, about 75% of the service increase that we're projecting right now is students receiving Cat B services. Category B services are more intensive services, so think intellectual disabilities, severe disabilities, autism services, the services that basically take more staffing because there are lower student-to-teacher ratios. So of the 1,531 service increase that we're projecting, we're sitting at about 11 or 1,200 of that is in Category B. I don't have a specific cost for you for each individual service type underneath of there, but I hope that information is helpful.
Yeah, thank you. It is. And I think, I wonder, is it because we are getting more strategic or better at identifying students? Are families learning that there are resources here for them? Is there an increase in the number of students who, are with these conditions? So like kind of a bigger picture thing, but I think it's important for the public and us to know that this is the bulk of the students, our highest need, intensive, low staffed to student ratio. The other thing that I've found helpful in the past is to have the breakdown of the increases of costs of utilities. I remember there was one year where it was a pretty exorbitant increase for electricity, our healthcare. I think it's also important for us and the public to know what the private sector costs are that drive up our budget that we have no control over. So whether you have that now or in the future.
Yeah, that's usually included in the superintendent's proposed. This actually has a little more detail than we normally provide, but we try to mirror the county's format and the level of detail they provide. So all of that information, of course, will be available in the superintendent's proposed, but we usually don't get to that level with this very early look.
Sure, great. And the last question I had about expenditure projections and was about the middle school activities. So I recall seeing some information a year or two ago in one of our reports that wasn't really clear about the actual number of students using the middle school buses, and it wasn't clear that the programming was aligned to the outcomes that we're seeking. Now, I know we've added middle school sports, which is wonderful, and I fully support having the buses to help those kiddos after school, but I would like to see the actual return on the investment for increasing the middle school buses. Are they being used? So that is something, again, I'm happy to wait for the proposed budget, or if that's something you can speak to sooner. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll have to work with the transportation to find out, usage, that kind of thing.
And Ms. Sizemore-Heiser?
Thank you. I appreciate the conversation. I appreciate that this is just a fiscal forecast. We're really looking at our funding sources and kind of guessing what we may or may not be getting from our funding sources to help determine what our budget can look like, right? Because, of course, we don't control our revenue sources, right? So we're dependent on the county and the state and the federal government to provide all of our revenue. And collective bargaining, I know, has been mentioned as putting another factor into that equation because, the bargaining units now are bargaining for pay and in a working condition, so that's going to impact what we are able to do. And I'm glad to hear that the bargaining units, it's a tentative agreement pending what funding we may get, and we have to go back to the table depending on the funding we get from our counterparts. So I appreciate that, and I think it's important. You mentioned, I believe, and I'm paraphrasing, that, it's great when the state passes funding for teacher pay raises, but that teacher pay raise that the state does only funds 6 million or so of the 30 million that we need for a 1% pay raise. So for us to do a 1% pay raise for all our teachers costs 30 million, but the state funding we get only covers 6 million of that. So we're really reliant on our county partners, and that's why there's such a pressure on county funding. I think that's a really important point you made. Dr. Reed, I just wanted to mention, because I'm going to sound like a broken record, but when I'm hearing that the increase of the 46.2 million required adjustment increase, 25 million of that is special education services, and then I'm hearing the bulk of that is Cat B services, I'm going to go back to my broken record statement that perhaps, just perhaps, if we looked at program delivery models, which is something I mentioned to Dr. Garza in the first place, and had program delivery models that had been updated since 30 years ago, perhaps we would actually be more efficient in how we provide special education services. One thing I mentioned to Dr. Garza back in one of her community meetings is that if we better differentiated and better provided inclusive services, you wouldn't have to have so many students in these small class ratio, high intense needs programs. And while Cat B services are very correct, were designed for those with significant cognitive disabilities, they are not servicing only those students because there is no good program delivery for the students in the middle, as we've talked about. And so the students in the middle, right, who have maybe splinter needs but don't necessarily, where do they go? Especially in elementary school. And perhaps if we looked at program delivery, and perhaps if we looked at inclusion, because not just is inclusion instructional best practices, but when you can educate students in more inclusive settings, it actually reduces the teachers needed, which is actually more cost-effective as well. And so it's kind of a no-brainer from a cost side as well as from an instructional practices side. So as I keep sounding on my broken record of program delivery, let's be efficient and effective in how we deliver services, and maybe we wouldn't have these budget needs every year.
All right, thank you. And I have one, potentially two go-backs. Dr. Anderson.
Yes, thank you. Going to slide 8, the expenditures projections, I appreciate the revisions that were made for middle school buses. Have there been any conversations regarding high school buses? Because we have some of the high schools that are allocated, I believe, 2 days, and which makes it a little challenging for our students to participate in a number of clubs because they only can pick things that they can go to for those 2 days. Have there been any conversations about expanding the high school buses to be more than twice a week?
No, ma'am.
Could there be?
Yes, ma'am, there could. Yes.
Okay, thank you. At the top of this introduction, you talked about the data that was reviewed, that staff reviewed to produce this. Can you give me a little bit more insight regarding that? I know that's a point that we've talked about quite a bit, and to quote something that Mr. Frisch used to say a lot is, show us the homework. So that's the question that I'm asking here. What were those conversations that led to some of these projections, obviously outside of the collective bargaining and some of the legal fees which you talked about? Some of the others were not as clear. And we can skip the projections because I think Ms. Marin covered that.
Yeah, I mean, the collective bargaining, we reviewed the tentative agreement.
You can
and-
skip that one too,
Yeah,
I'm good.
and then required adjustments, that's enrollment, retirement rates, things that aren't really, they're required because they aren't really within our ability to do something different. And then the ongoing needs, the majority of these things, again, this is very early, are things that are recurring every year, and we know we don't have enough funds budgeted for it, like the substitute incentive. I mean, we started that 3 years ago, and we just haven't been budgeting for it. We've been adding it at year end every single year. But after, 3 or 4 years, it's a recurring cost. You need to include it in your baseline budget. And also, because our staffing is better than it has been in the past, we are not expecting to see the level of fallout at year end that we've seen in the last 2 or 3 years since COVID, because we have less positions vacant than we have had over the last 2 or 3 years as far as teaching positions. So we know that our year end is going to get tighter as we move forward with, trying to be 100% fully staffed. And so as a result, we may not have the flexibility to be able to fund these long-standing programs like the substitute incentive with year end in future years. And they're recurring costs. They really need to be in the baseline budget. And so we've included them this year. And the same thing with most of these. Test fees for AP and IB, we've been running over the budget the last 2 or 3 years. The online campus certainly hasn't had enough funding to handle the amount of enrollment with the 80% increase. So most of those things that you see on the ongoing needs are things that we have been trying to fund some other way, but it is a recurring cost for a number of years, and we need to get that into the budget. And then the things at the end, like major maintenance, enhanced summer school, safety and security, those are all things that are in the planning stages. We just have placeholders for them, so I don't have a lot of data. Because again, this is not the superintendent's proposed, it's the preliminary. It's just kind of what are we thinking? And then the multi-year investments were all things that, previous school boards or this school
Right.
board signed off on.
I think I'm good with those. Can you speak a little bit more to the planning time? What does that entail, and who?
I believe that in this case, the planning time refers to the monitors. It's actually a generic placeholder. We've been supporting, in particular, elementary schools with monitors to provide planning time. It may also, depending on how, it may also add triple T time, I think is what it's called here, because we have allowed flexibility with the monitor dollars to hire a FLES instructor or a STEAM instructor if the school doesn't have one of those instructors. So it's just the support dollars for planning, elementary planning in particular.
Because not all of the schools are using monitors. Some of them already have had STEAM from maybe some other sources. Well, perhaps that could be a budget question that I sent, so we can skip that. Can you speak also a little bit to the multilingual instructional initiatives? What does that entail?
Yes, ma'am. There's a significant amount of work that we're doing, both looking at the purchase of core academic materials in home languages, in particular mathematics. And in several of our schools that have high Spanish-speaking young readers, we've ordered the basal materials in Spanish as a part of our transition, particularly with the new VDOE expectations around 11 semesters to 3 semesters. We're really having to look at some different modeling. I would also ask, I'm sorry, Dr. Ponce is not here, but when he returns, I'll ask him a little bit about kind of some of the other suggestions. But I know that the program is really being modeled after the GLAD strategies, which we know are research-based and best practice. We're looking also at a way to, work with our Human Resources Department. And our Human Resources Department is looking at micro-credentialing as a partnership with NEA around multilingual endorsements or training that would create a micro-credential for our staff, because as you recall, 89% of all of our instructional staff are working with multilingual children. So there are a variety of initiatives we are embarking on to really provide a holistic wraparound approach to working more effectively with our multilingual students.
Okay, thank you. And I do look forward to those details when you offer your proposed budget. And my last piece is in the conversations that were had to gather the data, as you mentioned at the top of this conversation, what initiatives have been repurposed or removed altogether from our practices?
Initiatives that have been removed. I know, Dr. Presidio, I'm trying to think of.
Expenditures, it may not necessarily be an initiative, but any expenditures that we're saying this no longer serves us, or we've repurposed, I'd love to hear that a little bit more, because we've never had that information, I think, to the satisfaction of probably this board and certainly the Board of Supervisors.
We'll have to get back with you on that.
Ms. Lady?
Thank you, and thank you to the chair and the Budget Committee and Lee and her team for this hard work. I just want to touch on a couple things. In regard to my colleagues' comments about the cost of special education services, our students with disabilities, I just want the community to understand that, when I first started in Fairfax County, there were a lot of students who were being serviced by contract services, but not within our school buildings. And that's not the case. We have a lot more. The reason our enrollment continues to go up, and I will say when I first started as a counselor at Marshall High School, there were people who moved here from all over the world. if they have a high need situation with a student. And so I just want to point that out. And while inclusion is the ideal and optimal situation in terms of fiscally, but also for a student, when the IEP team and the parents agree that that's the best placement, that's incredible. But we also need to keep in mind that there are situations where we, as it was referenced earlier, we need those ratios to be a lot smaller in a different environment. And I hate to be this frank, but we have, we get updates as school board members often about staff who are injured. And unfortunately, we have some situations where that's taking place. And so those smaller ratios are essential to try and work with some of our higher need students. I also want to comment on 504s. While we don't account for that in the budget because it seems budget neutral to people, it is not budget neutral. I just need people to understand this. I will say this, there are certain schools that have an exorbitant number of 504 plans, and there's some that have very few. But if you are a school that has an exorbitant amount of them, most of those schools are trading a staffing position for a 504 coordinator. And many of them are using a special education teacher to do that because their expertise in accommodations and working with a knowledgeable team to write a 504. So I just want to uplift that because that's costly, because they've got to figure out, because it's not budgeted by us. We've never budgeted a 504 coordinator. Similarly with STEAM, we need STEAM teachers in every one of our elementary schools. When I visit schools that have a STEAM teacher, what's taking place in that space is amazing work. And you want to talk about creative thinkers and hard workers, it's taking place, and it's a great exposure for those children. I also wanted to talk about multi-language learners. I think that Dr. Ponce could speak to this, but I do believe right now that ratio at elementary is 1 to 50. We have got to lower that ratio, which is why those costs are going to go up, especially with benchmarking. Can you speak to that, Dr. Ponce?
About the ratio? Right now for high school is 125 and elementary is 150.
But is it your agreement we need to change that ratio at the lower grades?
Yes.
Thank you.
It should be equal.
Which means 1 to 25 versus 1 to 50 is we've got to double the number we've got in elementary schools, especially with benchmarking. And the last thing I want to say is the online campus. Yes, it's gone up 80%, but the other thing is that personally, those teachers are getting stipends. I think eventually it should be part of their salary.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Frisch?
Thank you. So I had to do a little digging, but just to bring some stuff to the table that the public might not be following entirely. So last January, the board passed a follow-on motion that reads, I move to direct the superintendent to present to the board by February 29th, 2024, recommendations detailing scope, sequence, and timeline for a comprehensive and cyclical efficiency review aligned with the strategic plan of all division programs to include a rationale and prioritization of what can be accomplished to inform the annual budget process in FY26 and beyond. And so in response to that, at the end of February, the board was given the EL5 report and presentation, and on March 5th, I believe, we approved that EL report as being in compliance with our direction. And in that, it included the Baldridge Award process as being responsive to that follow-on motion. In addition to providing information in the presentation and in the report to the board, it also linked to the website, giving us tons of data about how that process works. I think if there was an expectation that that process were to be done to inform the financial year 26 budget, then that should have been specifically spelled out in the motion. The motion says what can be done for financial 26 and beyond, and clearly, the board voted to proceed with a 2-year process to accomplish this goal. One of the things that I remember us talking about specifically was that there was a big difference between efficiency for efficiency's sake and efficiency to enhance academic excellence and the quality of learning in our school division. And that a process like Baldridge leans into efficiency for the sake of performance enhancement versus just taking an axe to cut things. So I look forward to continuing to engage in this process and the reports that we'll get throughout the EL process in the future.
Thank you. Ms. St. John Cunning?
First of all, I'd like to thank the staff for this presentation. I'd also like to thank the staff for all the work they've been doing on collective bargaining. I know it's frustrating for us as board members to not be involved in that, but this is something that has been long fought for and won, so we have to respect the process, which is hard for us because we want to get involved and we can't. I'm happy that my colleague raised the special education and multilingual student needs, and also from our experience where there's that intersectionality when you have a multilingual learner that also needs special education needs. The fact that the 5014 plans are not included is also problematic because that's a huge lift for our staff. And whereas these programs are not funded through the budget, I just want to compliment our staff that does amazing work when it comes to these situations. What I really wanted to say is that these are projections, and last week I was sitting at a SCIP meeting where there was a presentation about community schools, and whereas everyone enjoyed the presentation and believed that the presentation was valid, one of our Board of Supervisors said any kind of proposals have to be cost neutral because we're not expecting to have the funds available that we have. And so while we talk about all the programming that we want and we need, we have to be realistic about what the projected budget is going to be. And I will tell you, sitting here as a school board member before, when I was an advocate, I thought that I would have more of an ability to do things and move the needle, but I'm also realizing that because we don't have control over our budget and what we get, that we have to be very mindful of how we move forward in any policy proposals that include expenditures.
Thank you. Ms. Dixon?
Thank you for the presentation. I wanted to ask about, did we incorporate anything in our budget so far about internship program for all high school students? I think that is really important. We TJ students do have that access and they get to a lot of good internships, but none of our other schools have an active internship programs. So just wanted to raise that and see if, Dr. Reed, you have any comments?
Well, I do agree that that's a unique program to TJ, and I do think it has great value for students. And I don't think it's been included in the budget. Actually, I know we didn't include it in the budget. I think that that's a topic also around time, because currently TJ has a different schedule, actually, academic schedule. I think that affords them an extra class, so at a different length of a school day. So I think there are going to be some pieces to that possibility that will be more than just financing an internship, but also making sure we have time and staffing to support that. But Dr. Presidio, do we have any kind of, in our career and college readiness planning, do we have any kind of plans afoot for internships or externships for students? Because I do know that's a passion of Mystics that it's come up. And there's several other board members that have mentioned, TJ, I think, is announcing their fall night, and how do students in other schools access that? So it may be a step in the process would be enabling access to that, but Dr. Presidio?
Well, I mean, right now, the Counseling and Career Center staff work really hard to support students with, publicizing and helping them make internship matches when they can, but that's not their primary responsibility, of course. So, having some additional staff capacity there, I can understand the advocacy for that, and it would be nice to have. But we do our best with what we currently have. We do provide students with the information that's available to us about employers that might be interested and willing to take on students in internship programs. We've actually had over the years a number of conversations with the Economic Development Authority to really ask that they partner with us in a more coordinated fashion, along with the Chambers of Commerce, to try to create a greater pipeline of those opportunities for students. So that's ongoing work. We have those conversations at SCIP, but we haven't really been able to identify additional resources to be able to provide that support yet.
So Skip is working on that as one of the projects?
Well, it's part of the Opportunity Youth initiative that we have, but again, we'd like to do things that would meet this need, no doubt.
There are a lot of students who have connections with their parents and they get into some good internship programs, but there are a lot of students who don't. So this is again an equity issue because we have students who are going to NASA and naval research labs and really getting good exposure, and colleges really value that. So if we have it for other students who are interested, and I think it's not very expensive to do it even with the current staff. But yeah, I think just to focus on that, and maybe we can discuss more later about this.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Made a note.
Ms. Sizemore-Heiser.
Thank you, and I appreciate my colleague bringing up the Baldrige study, because that was something I'd actually wanted to bring up as well, so I won't belabor that point. And I think it's also important, I think Ms. Dixit asked a great point about internships, and there's, I think, many programs that we want to expand across the county so all students have access to some of these programs. However, I feel like it's important also to just mention that in a tight budget year, I want our community to know that in a tight budget year with a significant teacher shortage, there is not going to be a lot of extra money for these programs. And I wish there were, because I very much believe in what we're saying, but we have to be realistic with our community. And so I just wanted to mention that. I don't know what the funding is going to end up looking like. I don't think we're going to have a significant more funding from our funding partners, given the budget situations, and it's just a reality, not a blame on anybody. But I think we just need to be clear with our community that's where things stand. And I also just wanted to say, I think it's important to have a continuum of services, but I think we need to be, since it was said here, I think it needs to be really careful not to perpetuate a stereotype that students in Cat B classes are violent. That students in Cat B classes are all violent, because they're not. Most of them are not. And students have sensory issues and other needs, but I think that's a statement that often gets perpetuated into workplace and college and society, and it's the reason why more students with disabilities are caught up in the discipline system, and why more people with disabilities are in the criminal justice system. So we have not looked at our program delivery in over 30 years. That doesn't mean we don't have small groups to continue. It just means we need to modernize what we're doing so we can be efficient and effective. But I also would really ask my colleagues just to be careful, because this is a group that has the worst outcomes, both from a criminal justice perspective and an educational perspective. Thank you.
Thank you. And watching the clock, we have 51 minutes left, so we'll do one last and final round of go-backs. I see 2 placards up, and then we're going to move on to the discussion of priorities and budget questions. So, Dr. Anderson.
Yes, just one last question for staff. As the Board of Supervisors have engaged in their discussions on the meals tax, can you give all of us an update for our edification and that of our public who must be watching this and thinking that there might be some impact there? Whatever updates you have.
So thank you, Dr. Anderson. I have spoken with County Executive Brian Hill about our fiscal forecast and actually provided him a copy of our presentation last week. I think he did not have an update on the meals tax at the time of my conversation with him, so I don't know that I would hazard any kind of prediction about what may or may not occur with the Board of Supervisors on that topic, and so I really don't have any updates on that this morning.
Sure. Can anybody, I'm sure you have staff that are paying attention to their discussions. Can we be provided an update of their last discussions on this matter? Where did they land?
I don't think we have that. I'll have to get back to you on that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I say Mr. Moon, I've got your name down here. My understanding is that there was a board matter that was presented and approved, and that's going to come back as a part of their budget deliberations this cycle. So that's the latest and greatest that I've heard on this. The meals tax, yeah. Ms. Lady, and then Mr. Moon.
Yeah, I want to thank my colleague, Ms. Sizemore-Heiser, because I don't like to misspeak, but I also want to elevate the work we're doing with preschool and inclusive preschool. And I think we need to make sure we continue to do everything we can to fund preschool for all of our students, because those interactions at a young age are setting all of our children up for much greater success. When students are taking kindergarten readiness exams, it's not just their academic readiness, but it's their behavioral readiness. And I just think that that is the future to ensure that we have hopefully inclusive classrooms the rest of the way. And we have high standards in all those classrooms for all of our student learners. As Dr. Reed has said several times, students learn best at the edge of their competency. And we need to make sure that we are teaching right there for all of our children. So I just want to uplift this fantastic work we're doing, but it needs to be expanded to everyone in our system. Thanks.
Thank you. And Mr. Moon.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just want to make a request to a superintendent to provide us breakdowns of those numbers that we see on page 8 for required adjustments and ongoing needs. Would like to know which one may cost how much to constitute those numbers.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
And Ms. Dix, did you have, oh, okay, go ahead.
So I just wanted to reiterate, as Ms. Lady say about the STEAM specialist in all K through 8 school. For equity, again, for the same reason, students have access outside the schools. Dr. Reed, a lot of kids go for enrichment classes in math and science, et cetera, robotics. But we have it at school, it really helps. Even in schools, some schools like elementary, I know, have a lot of extracurriculars. Some don't have that many. So I think having somebody to focus on that and have a, in all our elementary schools, that would be great.
Yes, ma'am.
Great, thank you. Okay, Lee, thank you, as always, for the work that you and your staff do. And then I'm going to turn things over. We're now going to go into a conversation around board member priorities and budget question process. So I will hand things over to Ms. Sizemore-Heiser.
Thank you, I appreciate it. And we're going to sort of look at process, as Mr. McDaniel said, first as the budget priority gathering process, and then I'll turn it over to Mr. McDaniel to talk about the budget question process. So starting with the budget priority process, as some of you may know, for the last, I believe, 3 years, the board has done a budget resolution to vote on board priorities as a whole. Mr. McDaniel and I have taken a look, a deep dive into this process. When this process was first initiated by the then budget chair, we had a strategic plan that was out of date, and we had not had the chance to update it due to COVID. Since then, we have created a new strategic plan with significant input from the community, from staff, and from the board as well. And really, the strategic plan lists the school board and division priorities. And just as a reminder, the 5 goals of the strategic plan, I'm sure we're all familiar with them. We've been receiving goal reports, that we as a group, as a body, as well as our community have said we want our division to focus on are the Strong Start, pre-K through 2, making sure our students are safe, supported, included, empowered, and our staff are as well, academic growth and excellence, equitable access and opportunity, and leading for tomorrow's innovation. As we all may know, what we fund, a budget is really a priorities document. So having said that, having seen that the budget resolution was a fairly new thing that was created in the time of a strategic plan that was a little out of date, and the fact that it's not required by any of our documents, Mr. McDaniel and I then went and looked at the governance manual to see what the charge of the budget committee, which is the committee of the whole, is. And as you can see the language there, the charge of the budget committee is to work with the superintendent and assistant superintendent of financial services to gather and consolidate school board member budget priority. So when we looked at that, we realized that the charge of the committee wasn't to consolidate the school board as a body priorities, but the member priorities. And the priorities of the body are reflected in our strategic plan. So, and also to, of course, work with the superintendent and assistant superintendent to develop the school system's annual budget. Those are the 2 priorities. So having said that, we talked about what is the best way to gather and consolidate school board member budget priorities. So after this work session is done, we'll have a chance today for board members to share their different priorities. I know some already started talking that. If we can go back to the previous slide, please. Thank you. So as we will discuss that today, people can share their priorities. Afterwards, Mr. McDaniel and I will give the board members a survey where they can list their individual priorities. We'll consolidate all of those into one document and share them back out with the board and with the superintendent, and she can use that as she will to inform the budget development process. And then obviously we'll have additional work sessions to discuss the proposed budget after she presents it in January and share priorities and talk as we develop the system's budget. So that is where we are right now. There's been some requests to post the results of the survey publicly, and Mr. McDaniel and I are looking to see how to do that. But if any of you have thoughts as to whether the results of the survey that collects individual board member priorities should be posted publicly, I welcome you to share those today as well. So if we can go to the next slide. Actually, I'm sorry, we'll stop here, and I'll turn over to Mr. McDaniel to talk about the budget question process.
Thank you. So everybody got the budget question process survey, and the results were fairly consistent. I think there was a desire to see an improvement, and I can leave it at that. I think the numbers on the responses kind of tell the story. So the next, you can read those numbers for yourself. The next slide is overall themes. There was an open response, and the themes were fairly straightforward. Again, there was a general kind of dissatisfaction with timeliness. There seemed to be a desire to at least request from our funding partners that they follow the same process that we follow. There was also a theme of avoiding duplication of budget question submissions. And then the last item that was a theme is during the budget cycle to focus on questions that directly relate to the budget at hand. And then there was some concern on staff workload. So those were the overall themes of the responses. So what we've come up with, next slide, is a way to balance staff time while still respecting the rights of individual board members in our role if fiscal oversight to ask questions. So what we're proposing is that each board member be allocated on a rolling basis 5 priority questions. Those 5 priority questions will be responded to within 30 days of submission, guaranteed. Doesn't mean day 30 on the dot, but it means within 30 days it'll be responded to, some potentially quicker than others. Board members may still submit as many questions as they wish. However, you will need to indicate whether your question is priority, and you will be capped at 5 of those on a rolling basis. Once each board member's priority questions have been responded to, then staff will go back to the non-priority questions and start working on them. And this process will continue throughout the budget deliberation cycle. So I think it's fairly straightforward. I think it strikes a good balance between a timeliness on a response and making sure that each board member gets their priority questions answered in a reasonable amount of time. Next slide, please. And some more items to talk about. So we would like to request that the Board of Supervisors follow this same process. I think from a workflow management perspective, it's going to make everybody's lives a lot easier, board members and staff. So we're going to submit a memorandum to the Board of Supervisors requesting that they follow this. And another item that Lee so kindly offered to do, and it was a great idea on her part, was to do a training for our staff aides and EAAs on the various budget resources that are out there. So kind of a primer. And this is designed to do a couple of things, mainly to give our staff the tools and the resources and understanding of those tools and resources. So if you would like to do your own budget research and maybe take a first crack at answering budget questions, you have the tools at your disposal to do that. So maybe we wouldn't see so many formal submissions. And I think that's the last slide. So I'll open up the floor, and I had Mr. Frisch as first.
Thank you. I appreciate the effort to refine the process here and support the proposed changes to the budget question process. Can you describe what rolling basis means?
Sure. So you submit a priority question, like you submit 5. Once those are responded, your 5 slots open back up.
But after everybody else's
After everybody else's first 5. So the key is everybody has to have their priorities responded to. So it kind of spreads that workload over the entire board as opposed to, the one eager beaver member that gets all the questions in right on the dot.
And so if I submit 3 questions and those get answered, and somebody submits 5 and they get answered, and they submit their next 5, and I submit my other 2, do my other 2 become the priority over those 5?
That's correct.
Okay, that makes sense. I support that. It's not limiting us. It's actually making sure that the information that we consider to be most pertinent is responded to most quickly. So I support that, especially since it applies to everybody involved in this process. On the resolution question, I think it's pretty straightforward. The executive limitation in the Strategic Governance Manual, EL5, says the superintendent shall not fail to develop and maintain a multi-year financial plan, driven, comprehensive, transparent, as part of a long-term plan to achieve the board's strategic plan goals for students. And one of the things that we've talked about, quite a bit is that we can't achieve the strategic plan's goals if the arrows are not all pointing in the same direction, right? And chief among those arrows is how we spend our money. So if we have priorities that are counter to the strategic plan, then it's going to make it much more difficult to achieve the objectives of the strategic plan. And if the resolution is not counter to the strategic plan, then we don't, there's really no purpose because we already have a strategic plan that guides the superintendent's suggested funding proposals. So I support both changes and look forward to this more streamlined process.
Thank you. And Dr. Anderson?
Thank you. Wanting to speak to the resolution first, I appreciate the fact that there's going to be some process to gather board member input. Prior to the resolutions being part of our practice, I remember our first few years on the board, and maybe that's what it was when you were on the board, Mr. Moon, was that there were 2x2s with board members, and then those details were brought up for a public discussion in this room. Whether or not that information is gathered via a survey, however it's gathered, what I'm asking for is to ensure that we have that public conversation, because one of the crux of our work as board members is to set the budget. And so not uplifting priorities that we are hearing from our community, I think would be it would be counterproductive. While I do not expect, and I think we did do a good job of this last year, of having priorities in the resolution that were outside of the strategic plan, I do want to point out the strategic plan is very, very broad. There are a lot of things that fall under that. And when we have limited resources, we have to prioritize part of those strategic plans. So I think that's what the board member input helps to bring light to. It helps to prioritize certain things. Like last year, we prioritized staff compensation. It doesn't mean the other things that were in the resolution were not in alignment. It just means we have to pick and choose what we do each year because we can't do it all. So I personally would like to see a public conversation regarding those themes, however it is that they are collated, so that we can do our work as the financial stewards of this division. Regarding the questions, I think I'm fine with the rolling basis, but here's one piece that I need to have clarified. If, let's say, 8 board members submit their 5 questions and a few other board members submit 0 questions, do we have to wait for everybody to get the priority questions in order to move to priority, to question number 6?
No. So the point was to balance the questions as they are submitted.
So they won't be held hostage?
No, we're
okay.
not, lead does not hold things hostage. At least not that I'm aware of.
Thank you. And I also want to share this. When we are in the budget conversations with the Board of Supervisors, they tend to fly questions off the cuff for a number of things. Hey, add this to the budget question as the conversation goes through. I don't see that they are, counting how many questions are being asked. And I'm not saying that they necessarily need to. As a body that does not generate its own revenue, we are always hat in hand. I'm very uncomfortable with going hat in hand and saying, but you can only ask 5 questions at a time. I don't think it serves us. I think it's counterproductive to the relationship we're trying to set with them when it comes to this uneven relationship. I would prefer that we hold ourselves to the internal regulation, but not move this forward to the Board of Supervisors.
Right, thank you. And just, so we're still doing the 2x2s, that hasn't changed, so we'll still be coming to see Lee and a member of the Budget Committee. Yeah, we're still, that's not, yeah. The only thing that is proposed to be changed are the 2 items here, so we're still following that process. And of course, we have budget work sessions, which are the public discussions of how we can, incorporate board members' priorities and get that feedback. So that's not changing at all. I didn't want to give that impression. I have next Mr. Moon.
Thank you. On a couple of things, first of all, I concur with Dr. Anderson about not wanting to limit the members in the Board of Supervisors in asking the questions. After all, they are the funding authority. We get the most of money from them. That if they want answers to certain questions, I think we need to do our job to provide them as much as possible. So I concur with Dr. Anderson on that point. On answering surveys on our individual budget priorities, and later that gets to be collated. I think that should be shared with the public as well. Third, this is more of a clarifying questions. I'm okay with giving staff 30 days to answer my priority questions. That is fine, but that may have to change as we move forward further with our budget decision process. For example, you have a work session, you need to make a decision in 2 weeks. Staff is not going to have 30 days for additional questions that come up from board members, whether that is at the time of acting on superintendent's proposed budget or the final adoption of the budget. So that has to be understood.
I agree, and Lee, not to put you on the spot, but I presume that you will get questions out as quickly as possible when we do have firm deadlines that are kind of coming down on top of us, to Mr. Moon's point.
Yes, of course, to the best we can. A lot of it depends on the complexity of the question. But, if it just comes to finance, if it's a simple costing question, then we can usually turn those around pretty quickly. But if it's a lot of program information, those have to be shipped out to the various chiefs. And then, of course, they have their vetting process before it comes back to us. Then we have the routing through Alice, the executive director of budget, then me, then Marty, then the superintendent. And it's all that review process that takes a lot of time. But we'll do our best.
Mr. Chairman, that is very fair, and you can safely assume reasonableness and prudence from just one board member.
Thank you. And Mr. Frisch?
I realize I didn't respond to the actual question. So I do think that the individual board member priorities should be shared publicly once they're collated. On the question of the budget questions, I want to be very careful that we don't describe this as limiting, because it's not limiting anything. Limiting would say you get 5 questions and that is it. We had lots of complaints from members of the Board of Supervisors in the last budget over the timeliness of budget question responses. And we had complaints from other, our own colleagues about that. And so what this is not limiting. This is an enhancement to make the response time more equitable among members. So what we are doing for us and for the Board of Supervisors is saying, Board of Supervisors, if you have 5 questions that we guarantee will be a priority in getting answered. So think about what you want to ask, and we will prioritize those 5 questions so that you're not waiting on those things. Previously, it was a first come, first serve. I don't know what the metrics are, but I imagine everybody marked everything as a top priority, or just about. And not everything can be a priority. But if everybody who's asking questions knows that they get their, tranches of 5 priorities at a time, that will be done within 30 days, I think that focuses the thinking, first of all, on what's most important for the work to be done properly. And it alleviates the biggest complaint we had last year, was the timeliness of responses. So I think that not only should we encourage, tell the Board of Supervisors, this is what we're doing this year, we should encourage them to do the same thing.
Okay, and Marcia. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm not looking. Okay, so Rob and Marcia.
Thank you, Mr. Frisch. I just want to say the same thing. I also, when reading over this, I know I'm going to reach out to my Board of Supervisor representative and want to work collaboratively, perhaps on 10 questions. And if I don't have 5 priority questions, then maybe I might put 3 of his priority questions next to my 2, right? But I think this is a collaborative effort, and I think it's going to also increase the conversations we might be having with members of the Board of Supervisors. So it's not limiting the number. It's just, and I did look at those last year, and some of them I was like, how is that a priority question? Because everyone seemed to make them all a priority question. So I'm very supportive. Thank you for serving the board. And I think I'm fine with sending a memo to the Board of Supervisors. And again, I would invite everybody to reach out to their Board of Supervisor colleague and engage with them around this process so we can uplift the questions that are most important to our constituents. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. St. John Cunning.
So interestingly, I keep following my colleague, and I was going to say the same thing. Working closely with our Board of Supervisors is really important, and trying to streamline and be intentional. I kind of look at this as a triage situation because staff does not work for us. I mean, they have other work to do. They are not our direct employees. I mean, yes, we supervise them, but they have other work to do, and informing us is important. But I think the other thing that will also help us is maybe us working together with each other, because 3 or 4 of us may have the same question. So if we're intentional with that, then that also will reduce the number of questions, but it will be priority questions that maybe 3 or 4 of us have, and then it'll translate into 1 question. So I think that collaboration between us and the collaboration with our Board of Supervisors will make our questions more intentional and hopefully not only increase the response time, but because there are some, and I did see some questions last time that I was like, why is this question even being asked right now? Not saying that that question wasn't important, it just wasn't important for the budget timeline that we were working at. So I think this is a much more intentional and effective and efficient way to work, which we have been talking about all throughout this conversation about effectiveness and efficiency.
Thank you. And Ms. Dixit.
So I agree with my colleagues as well that we should do a prioritization on anything. It's more efficient to just know what you're looking for, get that answers first, so that can, and then move on to the next set of questions. I did have a question about how long was the PDF, Lee, last time when you sent the questions at the end? Like, do you remember?
How long the total response document was?
Pages, yeah. How many pages of the responses were there?
It was long. I don't remember, but Lee might.
180.
Yeah, it was 180 pages, and it was a lot of like digging into it, document to so the budget department works very hard. I just wanted to know if our side, if we are, is there any way to streamline the responses, the way to search the answers easily, so we don't have to ask those questions again. So I think there were a lot of duplicates, and I would just say, just to, saves everybody time, is how do we streamline the responses in a form where there's a drop-down menu or any other way to make it more efficient to even read the information.
I think the budget questions online on board docs in the archives have it by school board member, by number as they are asked, by category or topic like compensation, that kind of thing. And one of the things that we're going to do when we meet with the school board aides and go over where to find things in the budget and how to read the budget, we're also going to go over the budget questions, what's in the archives, how they can search, so that if it's a question that was answered in the previous year or even 6 months prior, they'll be able to find it because we're going to assist them in looking for that.
Right, and that was what I was going to mention is that was kind of the point of doing the training for the staff aides and the EAAs was to show the resources that are available and how to use those resources. Okay, I have Dr. Anderson for a go back.
Thank you. Did you share, I'm sorry, did you say that the new budget questions will be reorganized differently?
No, I was just telling you what's already there.
Okay, I guess the question is, could we reorganize them differently? Because it does take a lot to go through, by category, and then by school board member. If that could be organized a little bit differently, it just makes it a little bit less to have to dig through. And I know it doesn't really lend itself to like an Excel spreadsheet for you to resort because some of the questions are
But
way
we can
too hefty.
look at that on
Yeah.
how we can make it easier to search through the budget questions to find something based on a keyword or something like that.
Thank
We
you.
can work on that.
Thank you. And the other thing that I wanted to share that I didn't get a chance to speak to is let's just make sure that we have whatever those survey results are that we're taking be made public, because we need to be sure that we're not having a black box situation, because that's not a transparent way of doing business. And our public expects for us to share decisions that we're making.
Yep, I agree. Ms. Sizemore-Heiser.
Didn't realize that was me. I really appreciate the conversation. I just wanted to reiterate a couple points. I think our intention, or at least I'm speaking for myself, preference was to have the budget, the survey results posted publicly somewhere, as well as when we do the work session after the 2x2s on the budget, we could have it posted on that work session as well. So, and that could be something that folks could review for the process. And in terms of the budget question process, the idea really was to try to get answers quickly. It wasn't necessarily to limit, it was just to create a prioritization queue. So when we're talking to our counterpoints of the Board of Supervisors, and we can, I think it's great discussions about whether this should apply to them or not, the important piece of it is it doesn't stop them from asking as many questions as they want to ask. And we welcome, their questions on our budget. We want to be transparent with our partners. But it just allows to make sure we all get our questions answered. And I think sometimes with the budget questions, when we look at the previous questions or the documents, the answers are there. So that's something I think with our staff, be able to give them that training as well will really help us really ask questions that we need the expertise of our budget staff to answer. So I think I appreciate the conversation. I very much believe in making this information public and having further public discussions as we've already planned for the work sessions. Thank you.
Okay. If nobody else has any thoughts, we are done with 20 minutes to spare. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon. We're going to get started with our conversation around grading policy. I just want to try to set the stage a little bit. It's policy 2418, and we have met as a governance committee maybe 5 times by now, and worked hard to try to bring to the board a draft of a new policy. What is posted on board docs hopefully clearly indicates what the committee was able to vote on, and majority is what is reflected in the document. There is one particular space where we actually provided 2 different options because committee could not get to majority on either. And then there were some things we never got to. And I think that just to flip that for the conversation, what we didn't get to vote on was, I don't want to misspeak, the use of 0, the pass-fail, which right now is a separate policy, but the committee had conversations about making this policy more inclusive of grading or things from an instructional perspective that are part of a grading policy, so we thought that would be pass-fail. Similarly, homework is currently its own policy, and we had conversations about rolling it into this policy. Grading and reporting was part of the former policy, but we did not get to a space where, as a committee, we were able to have any more discussion than sort of what's here. And then academic honesty. What's also posted on board docs, you'll see the redlining. That was our invitation to staff to look at some of the terminology that we had created as a committee and ask them to review that from their perspective as the experts. And what you see is the redlining is that came from staff. So the other thing I want to remind the board of is that there will be next steps. The clerk has already sent you a link to next steps related to today. Today is a discussion of what we've been able to get to thus far. Staff are here to answer additional questions. I would just remind folks, in the interest of time, that we're going to try to work through these sections and provide people the opportunity to share thoughts or commentary or ask questions. But also, if you are fine with how something is worded, please don't feel the need to speak on every single, point. Also, please remember that we are listening, and I would like to try to, in the interest of time, avoid go-backs that just repeat what was said in your initial comments. Now, having said that, I do realize sometimes someone makes a counterpoint and you want to come back and share a perspective that may not have been fully articulated the first time around. So I think that's good if, in terms of laying the groundwork to get rolling. So obviously, if we look at the policy, the first two sections are purpose. Well, I guess in theory, the very beginning of it is that this used to be in special services. We felt strongly it should be in instructional services as a committee, and I think that was a unanimous vote. But in full disclosure, as we look at what's in front of you, it would be instructional services, I would say purpose, and then summary of changes is kind of where I want to focus right now. However, I think summary of changes really needs to be completed when we're finished, because then we'll really know with fidelity what the changes were. We've also talked about in different spaces alphabetizing certain things in some sections as to not give false priority to something over something else, but just to keep it alphabetized. We also have had discussions as a board of whether or not even the order of this in terms of, Roman numeral 1, 2, 3, 4, all the way through 11 is actually in the best order. There might be some discussion about perhaps moving, homework in front of pass-fail. I don't know, just hypothetically. So at this point, I'm going to open it up. And in order to kind of cover, hopefully, two Roman numeral points at a time, let's talk, if you want to, about purpose and/or definitions. Seeing no placards, is this for me to understand that, Dr. Anderson?
I just wanted to raise the point that I think I shared with you in my email, and not with the content of purpose, but maybe just think about reorganizing it to be a little bit more succinct as a sentence, as one sentence, rather as one paragraph, just to collate that a little bit.
If that was only to me, can you share that with with everyone?
Yes. Oh, I guess I should pull that up. Instead of saying it's to establish a policy, to direct, it's rather to say to establish a policy for assessing, grading, all the way to transparent, and on the reporting of such learning, and to direct the superintendent. I mean, that's the long and short of it.
Thank you. Any other comments on that? I think that's a nice recommended revision to tighten it up. And since we're not specifically voting on things here, I think that'll be in next steps as something that could be moved forward. Mr. Frisch.
So I just want to be clear that we're focusing on sections 1 and 3, correct?
For this particular go-round, yes. 1 and 3.
1 and 3. We're skipping summary changes until, that'll be done when we're
Correct.
done. And the due-out is the changes that we would like to see reflected in the draft that is ultimately brought to the board for consideration at an upcoming meeting. So you'll take this back to the governance committee, finish things up, and then.
That's the plan.
Okay.
Yes.
On purpose, at first I thought I was looking at options because they didn't seem all that different. I think it is self-evident that a policy directs the superintendent, and that is not necessary. I think the purpose needs to state what our purpose of the policy is. And if that's not clear enough to direct the superintendent, then that's what needs to be adjusted. I don't think we have any policies that say to direct the superintendent as the purpose, because that is the purpose. Sometimes what we'll have is a section about responsibilities, where it says like the board's responsibility in this policy is this, the principal's responsibility is this, the superintendent's responsibility is this, but this isn't one of those policies. I'm thinking of like the abuse and neglect reporting policy as an example. So along the lines of Dr. Anderson, I think the first and second are so close in language that I think it could be combined and made clear in one sentence or two sentences. You know, I'm not going to wordsmith it live, but I think that could be possible. And then I think the third paragraph there is unneeded. As for the definitions, looking at the one that has options for the board on grading, I think those of us who are not on governance would benefit from some discussion by people who are on governance about the thinking that went behind those two options. I am inclined to say that I like the first one, although I don't know that we need to get in the weeds on how it gets done. That's for staff to figure out. Like, for example, maybe the report card software and whatnot doesn't provide for the ability to offer assessment on skills. That's okay. It doesn't have to be done through the report card. So I'm open. The other definitions look perfectly fine to me. So on those two sections, I guess that would be my general feedback.
So just to clarify, the portion purpose to direct the superintendent, obviously that's what a policy does, right? So I hear that, and then you feel like that third stanza could be eliminated. I think that just for, I think the word consistent is important and was important to the work of our group. And then I understand that if you were to vote, you're kind of leaning towards option one, but you kind of feel like maybe that doesn't need to be there because the how is not for us. Okay. All right. Thank you. Ms. Anderson.
Sorry, I got too much stuff over here. Okay, so the question that I had, I am in alignment that I would prefer option one, but I don't necessarily the nuances between the two aren't as significant. So I'm a little, I would like more information about why the committee had a little bit of trouble getting past those two and what's the difference in their mind. I have more of a question related to gradebook type. So this is insinuating that we're allowing two different gradebook types? Definitions. I understand that they're definitions, but if they're in here, gradebook types include rolling and quarterly gradebooks. So is this allowing for both of those options to be in the policy?
I think that in the board discussion, we felt that we did not want to, we wanted to leave it up to the superintendent and her team to operationalize, which is why both of those definitions are in there, because I don't think at the time we were working through this that we were going to designate, we wanted consistency, but we weren't going to designate whether it was a rolling or a quarter. I invite other members of the committee, if, Ms. Sizemore-Heiser, you want to add?
Yeah, I just wanted to add that the committee voted to, and later on the document, you'll see, voted to have a consistent grade book type throughout the county, but we didn't want to tell the superintendent which one. So we defined both of them here, and then later on, we just said we must pick one and have a consistent grade book type. So that's why we defined both of them.
Thank you. Ms. Anderson, back to you.
Okay, I will just go out on a limb and say that I am not a fan of the rolling grade book, as I've made clear in many, many different conversations with many people. So I understand providing the definitions. This is one of those things that if we're going to talk about just how the document is set up, including definitions at the front before philosophy, I think gets into the meat of what the philosophy is before we actually have an opportunity to outline those things. And so I understand that this is a practice that's been done in other things, but typically definitions in any other type of document would be included at the end, so that if someone had a question, they could go back, rather than having it be something that's at the front of the document where it's read through first, because then it indicates some sort of support to the things that are in those spots.
Thank you, duly noted. Ms. Sizemore-Heiser.
A couple things. First, to kind of maybe, as one of the members of the committee, shed some light on the option 1 versus option 2 in the definitions. The question really was whether grading is a process or whether grading communicates something. So the first one is, this is the grading process. The process is we're going to assign a numerical score or letter that will communicate something, but the grading itself is the process. Right. The second one is to me, in my personal opinion, it's saying grading communicates something. So it's saying what grading does, not what grading is. The first one to me describes what grading is. Grading is a process of assigning a score that communicates. So I'll just wait. So it's a process that assigns a score. I'm trying to answer his specific question. So it's a process that assigns a score. The other one is that grading, it's kind of the purpose of it is to communicate. So that's all I'm trying to say. I don't know if that's helpful to you in understanding the two. I'll just say, in my personal opinion, I don't think we should be defining something by its purpose. I think we should define something for what it is. So I would go for the first one.
Thank you. Dr. Anderson.
I think Ms. Sizemore-Heiser covered it. I was just trying to give some insight as to the discussions of the committee when we came up with these two options, because at the end of the day, grading is the assignment of a score or a letter. So for me, option 1 definitely hits that on the nail. I mean, hits that nail on the head, because this is also a communication tool to the community, and they know what grades are. And so option 1 for me is better defining that.
Thank you. Ms. Marin.
Yeah, thanks, Ms. Lady, for leading us up here. I think for me, I want to just share my thoughts at the outset, since this is a big topic. And you know, what my understanding of what the committee has done is try to make this specific to answer challenges that we're hearing from the schools about the inconsistency of the grade book, the weighting, the grading scales, the reassessment. At the same time, for me, I know that I'm not enough of a grading expert to specify it should be rolling or weighting. It should be formative this much and summative this much. So, but we did want to establish in the definitions what these things are, because that hadn't been done yet. And if I recall in other policies, the process, the format is to explain what's forthcoming in there. So we really are generating brand new work. And so, you know, if I could help us think about what our goal is for here today, it's to not try to make this, you know, the be-all, end-all. It's a really great advancement in the grading policy. I'm personally okay with some of it not being super prescriptive. I don't think we as a committee were ready to say it should be rolling or it should be quarterly. But I think this gets us further than where we've been. And the definitions, we wanted to share them up front. as far as the grading definition, I could really go either way. I mean, again, because we are so focused on this, we can analyze, this word and that word, but I think really what the students and staff and families are craving is just clarity. So I don't think they're going to read as much into it. And also, we can also come back to this. We actually are supposed to come back to this. It should be every 5 years, but it could be sooner. So if we could just get something to get the committee going, I think the definitions, including what the grade books are, I think that is helpful, because even like a rolling grade book, the quarterly kind of you could figure out, but maybe rolling doesn't quite get at it. I also want to point out that these definitions are also part of the grading approach, that it's piecemeal to me. So again, I'm okay having those definitions in there for now. And also, I want to clarify those 3 sentences and the purpose. We were really intentional about, it's a policy for assessing and grading and a policy for reporting. Okay, those are 2 distinct things. So it's assessing, grading, and reporting. And then we want to direct how the superintendent develops and implements the regulations. So those really are 3 distinct parts. And the original policy had a different name, and it talked about assessing and grading and reporting. And we didn't think that because reporting is different, right? That's like that report card aspect or the Schoology aspect, but we didn't want to take that out, even though it could be separated, because the original policy had it. So there's intentionality in those first 3 sentences and having them stand, separately like that. So I hope that's a little bit helpful.
Thank you. Ms. Sizemore-Heiser, you want to go back? Okay, any other comments on these 2 sections, 1 and 3? Seeing no other placards, I'll take my turn. I'm pretty comfortable with the purpose. I do like Dr. Anderson's recommended edits. I'm not sure if we can still keep what we're trying to say without the words "to direct the superintendent," because I think it's given. That's what a policy does, but I'm not going to get in those weeds right now. The one thing that I will say is, I'm just going to uplift the High School Principals Association, who actually sent a document to me that I shared with staff. With the board, that they didn't understand at all why we had a definition section in the policy. And I've been trying to reflect on that, and I guess when it comes to quarterly and rolling, I kind of would understand that, because if the definition section's at the end, but this is operationalized as purely one or the other in terms of gradebook type, I think it's going to be odd for us to have a definition of both if the regulation indicates just one. But we're trying not to get the cart before the horse, and so perhaps we're not directing that. So, and then in terms of grading, I think part of this was, and at least for me, just because this could be a next step, because it was sort of an either or for folks, is the part of assigning a numerical score or letter. My concern was, we're talking about skills-based. I just wanted to make sure that we weren't putting ourselves in a position where we were trying to expect a numerical score on skills versus a numerical score or letter around the actual, in its entirety, learning. And I might not be very articulate in that, but we had a lot of conversations. So I think that, to me, the difference is assigning a numerical score or letter. That's what's missing. Otherwise, they say the same thing. So that's the addition of it. But people seem to like that first one, so I'm okay. But I just want to make sure, if it's a universal understanding, that grade is absolved into how we issue a grade for a course by quarter, then I'm okay with it. Ms. Dixit.
So what Ms. Lady said, I kind of want to go for option 2 because of that reason, that if we want to somehow measure the skill sets, and sometimes it's not possible to do a numerical score or a letter, it gives some room to the school and to staff to come up with a different criteria for that. So I think I'm kind of addressing portrait of the graduate here, where it's a way we have to assess those skill set, whether it's the form of questionnaire or anything like that, that can be done by going with option 2. That's what I say.
Dr. Anderson?
I know we talked about this briefly, but for the edification of this group, when teachers evaluate some of those portions of the graduate skills, like collaboration, cooperation, et cetera, how is that manifested? Can you speak to that, please?
Oh, it's a great question, and let me just say, first of all, I mean, thank you to all the members of the governance committee who have been working really, really hard on this policy revision for a number of weeks. I appreciate all your work on that, and staff have tried to support you as best we can. I don't know that we've been particularly helpful, but we're going to continue to do our best as you develop this policy. So one of the big discussion points, as Dr. Anderson points out, is, you know, what do we already do to assess portrait of a graduate skills? And some of the skills, communication skills, collaboration skills, critical thinking skills, are oftentimes built into the topic, the content, the standard that the teachers are teaching towards and assessing students on anyway. So those would be things that would be built in to the student's grade on that particular assignment or that particular unit, for example. They're not going to show up in a bulleted list or format on a student's report card. We don't have that discrete level of reporting for Portrait of a Graduate right now. But many of those skills are built in already to the content that students are learning. Additionally, we have other programs through Portrait of a Graduate where we're working with students to basically demonstrate their mastery and their growth and development of Portrait of a Graduate skills over time, over the course of the school year, by collecting work samples, getting feedback from teachers, getting feedback from peers, and that's all part of basically their portfolio of evidence. So there's different ways that assessment occurs, but if somebody wanted, if a parent, for example, wanted to see regular reporting on a quarterly basis on each of those Portrait of a Graduate skills, that's not something that our current system does.
Would you agree that it is pretty typical for some of those skills to be evaluated using a rubric, where a rubric identifies where you are on a scale of 1 to 4?
Yeah.
And with IB schools, it's slightly different. It's a little bit of a odder structure, but no matter what, it falls down to a score.
Right.
Not a phrase. So having a numerical score or letter still will capture that kind of assessment.
I think that's fair, and you mentioned the point of IB, and IB has a long history and practice of what they call their learner profile and assessing towards that. So some of our IB schools have had to get creative in moving from that learner profile to Portrait of a Graduate, so they've got kind of one instrument, but I think they've done a good job with that, and I think our teachers have done a good job with giving students feedback on Portrait of a Graduate skills, even if they're not putting them on the report card.
Right, and then because those rubrics are not necessarily posted, it's just whatever the score that you receive and whatever that represents.
That's right.
So it is still assigning a numerical value. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Sizemore-Heiser?
Do you have data on those rubrics by any chance across the county?
So when you say, do we have data, are you looking to compare student scores on?
I'm looking to
things
see
across
how many of those classes do those rubrics.
Well, I mean, I think that's a good point. Remember, Portrait of a Graduate is something that's aspirational. It's not been required in our school division, so we work with schools that
I just want to know if you have data, that's all I'm asking.
Yes, we could get you some data.
On how many classes across the county have those rubrics that they implement on a consistent basis
I
for all
don't know
students?
if I can get it at the class level as opposed to the school level, but we'll see what we can get, how discreet we could get it.
Can you disaggregate it by type of class?
I don't think we have a system that we could disaggregate it by.
Can we
type of
stop my
class
time,
unless-
please?
Let me just check and see. And Michael Gillespie's here with us, and he knows a little bit more about some of the technical things, so he's going to help me. If I say anything wrong, he's going to correct me, and he might have the answers to some of these things. And I don't know, do we have anything that we could do at the class level, reporting level? We're going to phone another friend at the side table.
So we do have a system. Hi, my name is Nishi Langhorn, and we do have a system called Ruby that we use to collect data on students who have the opportunity to participate in what we call POG-POL, which is the Portrait of a Graduate Presentation of Learning. And that is a culminating experience that students have where they're able to make a claim about their growth in a specific Portrait of a Graduate skill. They share evidence that supports that claim of growth, and then they reflect on why that growth is important to them now and in the future. And Ruby is our current system for collecting that data, teachers will input scores from the rubric. There are 3 criterion on that rubric. There's the claim of growth, the collection of evidence, and the reflection on growth, and all of those scores get inputted into Ruby. Now, as Dr. Presidio mentioned, this is aspirational, so we don't have, division-wide every classroom and every student having this opportunity, but we are working towards that. We do have a commitment with the Commonwealth of Virginia, with our School Division of Innovation designation, to eventually have all students having the opportunity to participate in POG-POL and to really, develop their portrait of a graduate skills. So right now, Ruby is our system for collecting that data. The numbers in Ruby, however, don't tell the full story because a lot of teachers will give students the opportunity to participate in POG-POL, but they won't necessarily put those scores in Ruby. So we have other methods, anecdotal methods of collecting data as well, and we're happy to provide that to you.
So you have a method to collect information about portrait of graduate skills. To me, when I look at the definitions of formative assessment and summative assessment, it sounds like that's what it is. It's an assessment of portrait of graduate skills as collected through a rubric. It may not be reported on a grade book, but it's still an assessment. So I'm confused why the grading policy couldn't include that when it's considered an assessment, is my first question. Because it doesn't have to be on a grade book for it to be included as an assessment. When I look at the definition of assessments, it's different than the definition of grade book. And if grade book and assessment were the same thing, you wouldn't need 2 different definitions. So that's the first point I'm going to make. The second point I'm going to make is until you can tell me, let me ask another question. Have you seen portrait of graduate rubrics being used in classes? Have you observed them in classes? And please pause my time.
Yes, we have.
How many classes and what kinds of classes and which schools?
And I'm going to have to defer to the team to see if do you know how many schools and how many classes we might have in Ruby? I don't know that off the top of my head. I think if you're making the point that we don't have the information at a classroom level, I would agree with you, right? Because
I'm making the point that we have no idea if this is consistently done for all students, and it's an equity issue. And I can tell you from the classes I've seen, and I think one of my colleagues mentioned IB, it is fairly consistently done, whether it's your POG-POL or other rubrics that they assess portrait of graduate skills in AP, IB, honors, and advanced classes. I would posit that it's probably not as regularly, if rarely, done in some of our other classes, and it is a huge equity issue. And by refusing to even recognize it exists in our policies, we are embedding this equity further in our system. And I'm trying to get answers to prove me wrong. That's what I'm trying to get.
Well, I'm not trying to prove anybody wrong. I'm just trying to give you the best answers to the questions that we get.
I'm trying to prove myself wrong here. But my point I'm trying to make is that if we haven't been looking at how does POG-POL look for an EL class? How does POG-POL look for a special education class? How does POG-POL look across for general education classes? What data are we collecting? And if we have these rubies, why can't we share them with parents as an assessment?
Well, we can, and we do.
But my point is that then why can't we consider, if we can and we do, then why can't we consider that as part of our grading policy? So the expectation is that they will be shared with parents on a consistent basis. That's what I don't understand, but there's a lot of pushback on that.
Well, I never said that we couldn't or that you all couldn't have that in the policy. Of course you can. If you're asking me the question about how best to do that, I would tend to say a couple things. First of all, I do think it's important to remember that this is not a requirement. Schools are not required to do portrait of a graduate presentations of learning right now. So that would be something that we'd need to look at adjusting and making that required if we were to do that as part of the policy. And I think it would be more prudent if we were to include portrait of a graduate in this policy and some sort of reporting requirement. I think it would be better to do it through the system that Nishi is describing instead of asking a teacher to mark that every quarter on a report card, because it's most likely that a teacher every quarter is not going to touch on every one of the portrait of a graduate attributes, right? You could think about global and ethical citizenship. That's probably not something that's going to be touched on every quarter in every class in the division. So you certainly could include it here, and as we've discussed in the governance committee for the folks that haven't been part of that conversation, there has been some disagreement, I think, about whether or not to include it. we certainly can do it. I think the hesitancy would be to ask teachers to report on it basically in the grade book, if you will.
Okay. Ms. St. John Cunning?
So I have a question about Portrait of a Graduate. My understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that it's a framework.
Well, I mean, I think it's a framework for the types of life skills, almost, if you will, right, that we want all of our students to develop those attributes, right, so that they're going to be successful when they leave our school system, right? So we want them to develop each of those attributes: communication, collaboration, critical and creative thinking, ethical and global citizenship, right? Like, we want them to develop all of those attributes. So I don't know if I would necessarily refer to it as a framework, more as I would say a set of attributes that we want to foster in the development of our students.
So the reason I'm asking is I'm a Kids at Hope trainer, and I know that we've done those presentations, and I know that when we go to schools to try to get them to become a Kids at Hope school, they think that it's instruction, it's a framework that's embedded in the instruction. It's different. And in terms of trying to see how we quantify it, and I'm glad to hear that there is some way to quantify it, I feel that there's a lot of nuance involved when you're talking about a framework. So it's not that you're concentrating on that skill, is that that framework should be embedded in everything that you're doing. And so then how would you pull that out to report on it? And so I think that's where we've got to tease out that nuance, because that's and I may be wrong, but I thought that Portrait of a Graduate was a framework that would be embedded in the different content areas. So if you are doing an English project and then you get up and you're communicating and you're doing speaking, it's not as if you're specifically, working on communication alone. It's embedded. So,
yeah.
And I think that what we all might be struggling is, how do we quantify that?
Yeah, no, no, that's really insightful. So yes, I think if we're talking about framework that way, in that sense, that definitely makes sense. We are trying to develop content, right, learning experiences that have those opportunities for students to develop those attributes already embedded within them. But we also have other ways for students to develop those skills, right? One of them is through goal setting, where students really think about, where's an area that I want to improve with my Portrait of a Graduate skills, set goals there, take actions, reflect on it, get feedback from their teacher, oftentimes get feedback from their peers through their presentation. So we have different ways that we're supporting the development of those skills, but the most universal way at this point is by being embedded in the content that we're offering to students consistently across the division.
Is that it, Ms. St. John Cunning? Okay. Ms. Dixit.
So I'll just say this. The academics goals and success is very important for any student. But with the world's changing and how we are seeing the influence of AI and things getting automated, the leadership skill and collaboration, communication, that is where I come to this Portrait of Graduate, because it kind of encapsulates everything which we need our future citizens, our student population who goes into workforce in 5 years, 10 years, and do those jobs. So it is more than just like, oh, it's a beautiful word or sentence, just have it there. But we really want that to be incorporated in our policy, because we want to make sure we're intentional about it. We are really creating the future leaders and who are like the ethical and global citizen. Like, really, this is important stuff. With the cultural diversity we have in this county or overall, our student may be working in a different country or different world in 10 years. So we create that now as a very intentional thought, and that is where I come from that personally. It is not that, oh, we need to measure it, that's the only reason we want to do it. We want to do it because we want to do it. So that's my point, and we'll leave it to the school however they want to measure it.
Thank you. I'm going to take a go back before I go to a third go back. Just a couple thoughts. One thing that the committee also talked about was report card comments. And perhaps, maybe that's a follow-on motion, but to basically ask, perhaps if we are in agreement, the system to re-look at those, make them more appropriate to today's vernacular, if you will. Also, perhaps some of the portrait of a graduate things, but other ways that the comments can be used with fidelity to communicate more than the comments that are sort of canned in there right now are able to communicate. And the other thing, and I know we're going to come back, I also, in speaking with and reading feedback from High School Principals Association, it surprised me because I hadn't really heard this conversation, but many of them are not even very comfortable with formative and summative as terms, but process and product. And I only bring that up because later in the policy, we talk about that there has to be a set number of formative and summative, but if these are terms that are actually not best reflective of how grading is, happening in some of our high schools, I just want to, this was new to us last night. I didn't get this information from HSPA. I tried to get it prior to the last board meeting, but they didn't get it to me yesterday. So I just want to throw that out in the ethos that they seem to have a different use of terms. I'll leave it at that, and then I'll do go-backs again, and then Dr. Anderson.
Yes, thank you. I agree with Ms. Dixit that these are important skills to be taught. And I know the work that it took to even come to defining the portrait of a graduate. Where I was in a surrounding county that tried to copy that. And we watched that very closely. How did we arrive to the position that it would not be mandated, that it would be optional of the schools or of individual classrooms to implement?
Yeah, no, thank you for that. That's a great question. So when we adopted the Portrait of a Graduate, I don't know if that was 15 or 16, but it's been many years ago, we knew that it was going to take time to scale up people's, capacity to be able to do that work. We knew that we were going to have to rewrite curriculum to embed opportunities for some of those learning experiences and skill development in the curriculum. So we said that we were going to we never set a real strict timeline for that work, but we knew that we were going to have to scaffold things in. And then as the years passed, it wasn't too many years after that, as we were still scaffolding, that we got into the pandemic. And coming out of the pandemic, we had questions about whether or not we were going to move forward and make Portrait of a Graduate presentations of learning, for example, into a requirement or not. We decided not to do that at the time because we had so much learning loss and recovery work that we needed to do after the pandemic with our students. And, then we adopted a new strategic plan, which does have Portrait of a Graduate, but we haven't identified Portrait of a Graduate as one of the priority measures in our work. So it's not something, again, that we've taken that next step to require everybody to do. So it's just kind of a circumstance of, marching along that timeline. A number of different things, I think, have kind of conspired against us in terms of feeling like we were ready as a school division to make that a requirement for every teacher.
Sure, thank you for that. Kind of similarly to some of the conversations earlier, I think there's a cart before the horse situation here. I'd like to think that there's a space for this to be fully fleshed out with those expectations. We've talked about this all the time. The division is awesome about giving guidance, but not really clear about what the expectations will be. This is not a quick turnaround because this really needs to speak to offering that kind of skill across all classrooms, not some classrooms, not just IB and AP. So what would it take in order to actualize this in teachers' practices and then bring forward the expectation that they will be reporting on it from everyone, not just those who elect to do so?
Yeah, so I think, with Dr. Reed away from the table, obviously that's a conversation that we need to have with her, just in terms of where that would fit in with her priorities and the board's priorities in terms of the work in the strategic plan, right? We can't require everything at once. So, we've been real thoughtful about what are the things that we're going to start developing, the things that we're going to implement, the things that we're going to monitor, and kind of phasing new work in that way. I think we'd need to spend a little bit of time thinking about where Portrait of a Graduate, if it were a requirement, would fit in with that phase.
Well, here she comes, and I'm happy to reiterate my question for her. I'm not sure what you missed, but the conversation was regarding how do we report out on the Portrait of the Graduate skills, which for me, it's not even a question because it's not even a mandate that every teacher engage in those practices. And we do find that I'm sure we'll find that there's inconsistencies in terms of how it's being embedded in the learning. So the question that I had for Dr. Presidio is, how do we get to that space? What will it take in order for us to make it an expectation, but to also prepare every classroom teacher to really and fully engage all of our students in these skills, which right now doesn't appear to be happening?
Well, it's a great question. I don't know when it was originally created what the implementation plan was. So I would have to probably
It
defer
seemed
to
to have
Sloan. I'm
been
not
an
sure.
introduction, hoping to lead to more expectation, but got overtaken by events, and so here we are.
16 years ago, is that what I heard?
No, about 8 years ago.
8 years
So I
ago.
was just mentioning that and I'll just recap this briefly, but when we first adopted Portrait of a Graduate, we knew it was going to take time to scaffold in that work in. We were going to have to do curriculum work to embed some of these experiences in our curriculum. We were going to have to do professional development work. Schools were at different places in the accreditation process. That was also a time where we were working really hard to make sure all of our schools were accredited. So there were a lot of things that caused us to take a multi-year approach to scaling this up. And then, of course, the pandemic hit, and we paused on doing new Portrait of a Graduate work during the pandemic. Immediately after the pandemic, we were really focused on academic recovery, learning loss recovery, and then we, of course, adopted a new strategic plan. So Portrait of a Graduate has been sitting there. We've been encouraging people to do it. A lot of folks are participating in it. I think, every school's participating, but not every teacher in every school. So to Dr. Anderson's point, what I said is I didn't want to commit with you out of the room, but I felt like if the board wanted to really prioritize this work, we'd need to think about what was a reasonable timeline for bringing everybody else on board. It probably would be a couple years to scale that up with every, with every teacher in the division. And we do have a lot of competing priorities, our inclusion work, our UDL work, our literacy work. There's a lot of other things that we're working on right now, but it doesn't mean that we couldn't do it.
So I do think it's about priorities. I think we can do some things really well, but not everything really well at the same time. And right now, our focus in the moment is our early literacy, which is a heavy lift for our elementary teachers right now. And I feel like that's the lift we're asking of them right now. And the math new standards are creating another body of work. The algebra by 8th grade goals, our academic intensity of high school course taking patterns. So I think it's not a question of what's important, because all of it's important, but I don't think we can do all of it at the same time. We also have the governor coming out with an entirely new assessment and accountability system, which is not fully unveiled yet, but will require, I believe, a significant lift as well. So I think that would be the full implementation of Portrait of a Graduate would be something that we would want to look at as a phased-in approach between now and 2030. And kind of, I think it bears a conversation as to what it could look like, because if, how it can be, I guess I'm thinking how it could be braided together with the UDL work. Because right now, our universal design for work, universal design for learning, and the inclusion work, to me, is also, it's a huge body of work, and it's absolutely necessary. So I just don't know where it's going to fit at this time. But again, I think it's something the team could take back and have a conversation about. So So I guess that's where I'd leave it at this point.
No, thank you for that. I know that's my time, but I'd like to respond at another moment.
Okay, I see that Mr. Dunn has joined us, so I need to read. Mr. Dunn has submitted a written request to attend this afternoon's work session virtually due to a personal work conflict. He'll be attending the work session from Alexandria, Virginia. All those in favor of approving Mr. Dunn's request, please raise your hands. Mr. Moon, are you in favor of Mr. Dunn joining us virtually? Okay, that's everybody. Thank you. And seeing as his hand is up and he has not had a turn, I'm going to go to Mr. Dunn now. Mr. Dunn?
Thank you. So I wanted to say a couple things which may touch on more than one subject that's been discussed, and I appreciate the thoughtful conversation today. One is we have a strategic plan, and we can't have more than one strategic plan. I know that there are a bevy of documents out there, Portrait of a Graduate and beyond, but we really need to focus on doing the one thing that we spent 2 years preparing that strategic plan, consulting extensively with the community, and it really has to be our guiding document. So that is a must do. Everything else is nice to do. So if we can incorporate Portrait of Graduate, other documents into what we're doing, that's fine, but we can't be distracted, and we need to stay laser focused on achieving those strategic plan goals because they were carefully considered, thoroughly discussed by this board and previous boards, and so that's one thing we need to focus on kind of at the 20,000 foot level. At the opposite end of the spectrum, at the teachers who are on the front line, who have to implement all of this on a day in, day out basis, a lot of thought has been given to, being equitable to students, but I think we need to shift the conversation to what is equitable for teachers, because at a time of a national, regional, local teacher shortage, what we are paying them X amount of dollars, which is usually under what they should be paid, and yet we are imposing additional burdens, it seems, every year. This retake policy seems to be emblematic of that students, if they are dissatisfied with an 89, they can go on to try to get a 92 or a 99 or a 100, and that there's no meaningful difference for anyone between an 89 and a 92 or 99. It's somewhat vanity more than anything else. I think the retake policy should say if you've gotten at least an 80, then you're not allowed to retake. Because if you have a B is solid, it's good. You don't need to be able to retake to get better than a B. I also wanted to comment on the zero.
Mr. Dunn?
Yes.
I'm going to pause you for a second. We are only talking about sections 1 and 3, which is purpose and definitions. So if you can hold on the 0, we're going to get to that. Does that work for you? Is there anything else on 1 or 3, definitions or purpose, that you want to comment on?
No, that's all at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to go back. Ms. Sizemore-Heiser.
I have not spoken.
Oh, I'm sorry. I did not see it. Mr. Moon.
Thank you, Ms. Lady. As I was hearing comments on portrait of graduates and assessment, that I wanted to go to our website and to see whether we could find anything. Indeed, this was under, where did it go? Strategic plan. There's a section called the Portrait of Graduates, and it talks about assessment called POG-POL, Portrait of Graduates, presentations of learning, is a measurement for Goal 3, academic growth of the FCPS strategic plan. So that shows the relationship between POG and our strategic plan. Additionally, as a part of FCPS's VDOE designation as a school division innovation, FCPC, this is on our website, FCPC has committed that all K-12 students will engage in POG, POL by the 25-26 school year. So that requires some explanation if our staff was not certain about what you are doing with portrait of a graduate.
No, well, I'm fairly certain. I'm quite certain. But thank you for pointing that out. And I tried to mention that we do have Portrait of a Graduate in our current strategic plan. What I was trying to reference, though, is we haven't set a requirement within the current strategic plan for when all schools would have to implement presentations of learning. What you're referencing was from our old work, and that did not carry over into the new strategic plan. The Portrait of Graduate presentations of learning carried forward, but I don't believe the 25-26 school year requirement carried forward. And what we've been trying to do with the strategic plan, because there were initially over 100 measures in the strategic plan, as you know, is to come up with the priority measures that we were going to focus on first. So as Dr. Reed was mentioning, third grade literacy, eighth grade algebra, high school course taking patterns, our inclusion work, and get that work started, developed, implemented, and moving forward, and trying to get that to the monitoring stage. And when we can do that, then go back and bring the next set of requirements in. And we haven't done that last piece of work yet.
So Dr. Presidio, if what I see on our website does not accurately reflect what we are doing, or what we plan on doing, I guess that requires further refinement.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Sizemore-Heiser.
Thank you, and I actually appreciate my colleague, Dr. Anderson's questions. That was a lot of the questions I was going to have as well. And the reason I'm advocating so passionately for this is I believe sometimes there's a lot of things that are aspirational. AP classes are aspirational. For example, we have lots of assessments on those, and we make sure they're, I'm not saying that exactly the same as Portrait of a Graduate, but I think we need to be careful about using that word aspirational, because at the end of the day, a lot of what electives are aspirational, right? So I think, I understand that in the context of a strategic plan, there's a lot of different things. We want to stay in alignment with what our plan is and moving forward without having too much of a workload. So I don't disagree with that, but I think we should be aspirational with the skills we expect everybody to have. And I think we should also have those expectations, because in the world that's changing, the knowledge is here at my fingertips. The ability to critically think and analyze and collaborate with somebody and communicate with somebody else is going to be much more important than the actual knowledge. Obviously, having a common basis of knowledge is important. So I think we need to relook at what is expectation and what is aspiration as we move forward into this. And having said that, I'm not sure this policy necessarily, I've been a strong proponent of putting it in here, but if it's inconsistent, we don't know which classes have it, which don't, we don't know who uses the rubrics, it may not be the time to put it in here. We need to put it somewhere else. But it is in our strategic plan, and when we were doing the strategic plan work, there's a lot of conversations to make sure it was embedded in there, partially because of the rationale that I just gave. So I would recommend, if we don't put it in this policy, because perhaps we haven't built in the scaffolding and structure for it, that we asked Dr. Reed not to interrupt the work you're doing now, but what is the plan to get to that by 2030? And maybe that's a conversation we can have in our instructional policies, because I would agree with Ms. Dixit. I think it's important for parents to know, where are their kids on these skills? Because these are college and career skills that they really need, and I think these are where we're seeing, from what I'm hearing, where the kids are falling behind.
Thank you. Ms. St. John Cunning.
So I just want to reiterate, and again, that I believe this is a framework. And I was the first cohort that took the Making of the Mind training, which I know a lot of our teachers have taken, which also goes to life skills. And I agree that academics are important, but those essential life skills are what really make a difference. I just want to make clear, because being in the classroom, and not in the classroom, but being in the schools, a lot of this is being embedded. We may not have the data that shows it, but I've seen it every day at the elementary level. I see it every day now when I go visit schools, when I go and see some of the things that our kids are doing. A lot of these skill sets are being embedded. I think what we're talking about is how are we going to measure it? But I don't want to take away from the fact that this is happening. And I see it, and I see it with our high school students. I see it with, I mean, we just saw it with all the applications that we got for kids wanting to be on the leadership, team. I see it when I go see presentations. I've seen it at the elementary school level. I've seen it at the middle school level. So some of those skills that we want in Portrait of a Graduate are happening. It may not be structurally formalized yet, and we may have to scaffold it, but I don't want people out there to think that this is not happening every day in every classroom in one way or another, from pre-K on up. I just want to make that very clear because I have seen it.
Thank you. Seeing no additional placards, we will move on from purpose and definitions to philosophy and responsibilities. So we'll chunk the next two sections together. And just to sort of set the stage for that, I think one of the biggest conversation points related to this was the word should versus must. So I'll leave it at that. The one thing I would just want to remind people of is just to read what's written here clearly, to make sure it's something that is a deliverable in all situations. So I'll leave it at that. And Mr. Frisch?
So I think they should all be shall, because the language that we're requiring is subjective. So I think that if we really mean these things, then we should say that this is what our expectation is. They shall be done, especially if we're leaning into consistency in this policy. Just as an example, if it said grading shall support continuous student engagement and learning, cultivate deeper, blah, 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 okay, we've said it shall cultivate these things. What we're not saying is how you're going to measure that standard. That's up to the superintendent through regulations, et cetera. So I'm fine with the board kind of saying, like, these are our expectations of what shall be done. And, each one of these is a subjective approach when it comes to the regulations. How the regulations get written will detail our determination over whether they've been met. So I'm perfectly comfortable with shall. And we're just doing the philosophy part right now, right?
I actually said philosophy and responsibilities.
Okay. I've put in the next steps document a fix for a typo in the first sentence under philosophy. And then for responsibilities, I have no problems with that.
Thank you. Dr. Anderson.
I think Mr. Frisch also shared what I sent to you earlier, which is I think these, I know we had conversations about parts of them in governance, but when I took a last read, I did go through and I included each of them as musts because I think they are important components. And again, I see this document as our communication to not just the superintendent, but also to the public. And when we're talking about what we expect, these are not negotiable. And so I would be in high support of must, unless if we think shall and must are interchangeable, then I'm fine with that. But if we think they're different, then I'd like it to be must. And also, I also caught a typo. I think we left R there under the, is that the same one you caught? Okay. And for responsibilities, I do not think I have anything there if we change it to division, which we did. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Anderson.
Okay, I agree with the idea of being shall, because if we're going to create a policy, then it should be consistently executed. To that end, I did have a question about the consistency bullet at the end. Is it possible right now for it actually to be consistent for all students? I mean, I just don't know that that's possible. And so I'm wondering if that last and should be and or, because if in other portions of the policy, you guys are talking about the fact that it's possible for it to be consistent across disciplines, not necessarily consistent across schools. And so I think that that you can't have both. So you kind of have to figure out which one, how that's going to go forward. And so I think that consistency bullet needs a little bit more work in terms of making sure that it's clear as to what the intention is. Otherwise, I would agree with them. I think that, and I guess my question is, I have line edits, like typo type stuff throughout the whole document. Do you want that submitted as a next step for all of that? Or what would you prefer as a committee to receive those corrections back?
Thank you, that's a good question. I would think that for those things, I think it's fine to share with the committee members, because if it's not changing the content, but it's just correcting the grammar and whatnot and making it more clear, I think that's something we probably could easily work on just in committee and not on next steps. Does that work for other committee members? I'm seeing heads nodding. Okay. Mrs. Eismerheiser.
Just a suggestion, perhaps, if you're comfortable, and not to put more work on you, but perhaps Ms. Anderson could share her edits and we could create it into a draft to bring to the committee to look at, so they're already in there.
Yeah.
That would make it more streamlined for the committee.
Fine.
Just as a red line. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Marin.
Yes, so regarding the must, shall, should, it's not just the terminology. We noticed this because right now the SRNR is going through a review of the mays and the shall. So I think we were trying to differentiate between the optional, which was the may, and the absolute, which was the must or shall. Should, it sounds like, is totally off the table, because that's too.
Should is also may.
Should is may, yeah, this is like an English lesson here. So must or shall, I say let's go with must because it's clearer, it seems more common vernacular. So this is my feeling about this section, about philosophy. I think it's too much like what should be in the purpose, and some of it is already in the purpose. Like, we talk about consistency, we talk about growth and achievement, and I just think it creates more language that could confuse people, especially then if we then continue to repeat the language in requirements. Similarly with responsibilities, I suggested, for central office, well, we oversee the superintendent. So central office is not, like, we can't tell central office what to do. We can tell the superintendent what to do by a vote or by our policy. So I don't really think that central office is really the appropriate place to put in here. And similarly, teachers, region, like, all those things are great. The central office teachers and region seem great things for the superintendent to put in a reg. But we also cannot control parents and caregivers nor students. So, we could put our wishes in here, but it just seems like it's too much. And given where the policy was, which was almost, very minimal, I think this really goes over the other side in that way. I would be more comfortable with the committee going back and looking at, the purpose. I think the purpose is really strong and clear. But I think that there's redundancy from the purpose into the philosophy, and even among some of the definition components, so that maybe philosophy gets more into the purpose. And responsibilities, I'm not really a big fan of. So that's where I'm at.
Thank you. Mr. Frisch, is that a go back? Okay. Not seeing another placard, I'm going to take my turn. So I once again just want to, uplift the voice of the High School Principals Association, who question not only why we have definitions in the policy, but why we have philosophy in the policy. Having said that, I'm not saying I agree with them, just want to share that for the good of the group. My biggest concerns, and Dr. Reed, I'm going to direct this question to you if that's okay, that among the philosophy, and the two that kind of stand out to me are responsive to student learning needs and balanced assessment, but I'm going to start with balanced assessment, which currently reads, assessment and grading practices must provide students with multiple ways to demonstrate mastery to comprehensively measure student learning. For me personally, that creates fear and anxiety in me, because I read that as if my student does better via an oral examination than a written examination or a multiple choice versus a, matching, we could get really in the weeds here. I would like you, and here it is if you want to see it, that and the bullet above it. Both of those make me a little nervous around what that could actually mean in real time with some of our teaching faculty.
So I think that both of those are true for students who have a 504 plan or an IEP today. It's not general practice for all students, so I don't believe. But Dr. Presidio, was that a topic your committee looked at?
Yeah, and the idea of balanced assessment is one of the 4 domains of the FCPS instructional model. But I take Ms. Lady's point, and I definitely understand that this information could be interpreted in the way that would maybe create an expectation that we're individualizing assessment for every student in the classroom, and we don't want to do that, but we do know, or at least we're learning about, ways to make content and learning more accessible for all students through the work we're doing with Universal Design for Learning, and having opportunities for students to do things in different ways is really an evidence-based best practice. Now, it's not feasible to do that for every student for every assignment, but this is really just trying to lay out the philosophy that we want to approach how we design our instructional tasks, our assessment tasks, and our learning that happens in the classroom in a way that is student-centered. But I definitely take your point, and the intent is not to create an individualized assessment program for every student.
Thank you for that. And again, I want to uplift UDL because it's UDL. It's one analogy given to me was when you come up to an automatic door that opens, it opens for everybody. And UDL is a way to design lessons and also design assessments so that the doors are open to everybody. My advice would be we would eliminate this bullet altogether because by design and how we're doing UDL and what people are being trained on, this is happening. But I worry this will be interpreted as every single individual assignment or assessment will have to have this vast differentiation to it. But understanding that we need to be doing with fidelity fantastic differentiation in lesson design, delivery, and assessment. And then back to some of the other points that were made about consistency, I think perhaps I would probably vote that we just remove that bullet, therefore just leaving us with the first, second, third, and fourth bullets. And then under responsibilities, I'm just going to have to, I'll also probably agree with one of my colleagues that I don't know that we need that in there at all. So I would be comfortable eliminating it because I think there's a lot of words in this policy. And I think there's a little overkill, and I think that's one area. So I'll stop there, and I'm going to look at go backs. And I think that the first one I saw go up was, was it Dr. Anderson? Okay, Dr. Anderson.
Thank you. One of the things that I wanted to point out is this section of the philosophy, these bullets, most of them have come directly from the secondary grading committee with maybe a little bit of change just to kind of clean it up a little bit for this language. The secondary grading committee consisted of whom again? Can you please remind us?
Yeah, a representative group of stakeholders, so teachers, administrators, students, parents, and central office administrators.
Mm-hmm. And while I understand from going through that 44-page report multiple times, there were a lot of areas where there wasn't unanimous consent on them. This didn't seem to be one of those components from that group. It was primarily probably the rolling grade book.
Yeah, there wasn't, to be fair though, I would say there wasn't as much discussion about the guiding principles because they weren't changing a practice. Where if you were changing the gradebook type, that's changing a practice. So we definitely spent a lot more time on those practice changes.
Okay, so because these weren't the controversial components. I appreciate wanting to be super succinct in this, but I also don't want us to avoid giving the communication that we need to give in honor of having something be short. The purpose, I think, works for how it's already designed, and again, we could massage it a little bit to be a little bit more clearer, but I think this details out how that purpose is being carried. I see them as two distinct things. This speaks to various component of what should be taking place in the regulation. This is giving direction to the superintendent in terms of laying out. Grading, it's not just offering a score, it's doing all of these things to open the doors for all of our kids, to have balanced assessments rather than a 90-10, which we had a school that had that, and it really decimated many of their students. I don't know if it's 70-30, but we know 90-10 is also not balanced. So I would be very much against the removal of this section, because I think it really lays out some of the components of the purpose in greater clarity without necessarily being repetitive. The responsibilities, I know the responsibilities have been outlined in other policies. The trust policy had that, the equity policy had that, and these were two major policies that many of us on this board developed recently.
Thank you. Ms. Sizemore-Heiser.
I once again agree with my colleague, Dr. Anderson. I think the purpose of doing policy is to give direction. It gives sort of the philosophical, the values direction to staff to develop regulation. And so to me, this is key to our policy. Otherwise, it's just kind of definitions and operational. It's not what the policy is supposed to be. In addition, in terms of balance assessment, I mean, we could change the word multiple to, I think my colleague mentioned varied as a possibility, but this is educational best practice. When you have diverse learners from all different, whether it's cultural, and when you have varied learners, this is has been for 20 years best practice to provide varied ways of demonstrating knowledge. And that's what this says. So, well, that's how I read it. Maybe you read it differently, but that's how I read it. And I think that's how it's been described to me, is that you're having varied ways to, and we could change the word multiple to varied, and that might do it. So it's not you're having more than one, but you're having some people, for some reason it's tests, some people it's portfolios. But the lack of this has held back students for decades and decades, because people demonstrate knowledge, and there's a lot of science behind the fact that people demonstrate knowledge in different ways. They learn in different ways, and they demonstrate in different ways. And that's what this is saying, is that we want to make sure that we will allow for different ways of assessment for students, which is an educational best practice. And I would hesitate to take it out here, because taking it out after it's been in and in the public sends a message as well.
Thank you, Ms. Marin.
Well, I think if I could make this policy just a few words, it would just be consistent implementation. Like, that is the story I would love to see this policy tell, because I think that's what's held students back, is that it's one way one school and one way another. So I'm okay with leaving in the section about philosophy. And in fact, I was remembering, as one of my multiple reads of the report, those philosophy bullets, as well as what's in the requirements, was really the meat of the whole report. And like, to me, the meat of this is actually in number 6, the requirements for assessment and grading, because that's what I hear students talking about a lot, and families. You know, what's the reassessment? How many assignments? Is it summative, formative? What's the split? So, and when I look at the philosophy section, you know, the first bullet, again, I'm hesitant to, or the first sentence rather, under philosophy, we're talking about what teachers are responsible for. The superintendent sets what teachers are responsible for, not us. So I really hesitate to start off the bat with, here's what we're telling teachers to do, because that is not our job. Bullet number 2, that's actually the second sentence of the introduction. So maybe we just remove that whole philosophy intro and just get right to the philosophy, or the grading policy has to follow these principles. And bullets 1 and 3 are similar: continuous engagement and being responsive on students' learning needs. So I agree with the statement that there's a lot of words here, and we have a lot to figure out, because none of this had been written before. So it's not a critique, it's just seeing it fresh and knowing, hearing what everyone's saying. I think this can be tightened up and be more clear. The responsibility section, again, I do think that can be removed, and maybe that's something that the superintendent communicates, or we can state that on our own in our own communications. I do think something should be in here about phasing in changes, because I would not want students to fall to a process that, is being implemented to the detriment of their courses and certainly their high school transcript.
Thank you. Ms. Anderson.
I just wanted to quickly support the concept of leaving in some sort of balanced assessment, because I would hate for anyone to take direction that they thought that one mode of assessment was the appropriate way to do this. Multimodal instruction has been the standard in best practice for a very long time, so it would make sense that we would also have multimodal assessments. And so I see that in this way. I do think that we could fix it by changing the word multiple to varied, and that would kind of capture what the goal is here. But I do not think that removing it is necessarily a good way forward. I also wondered whether or not we needed the responsibilities section. I like it in terms of the fact that it's actually talking about the responsibilities of the different groups of people that come into play when you're talking about it. I agree that we can really only talk about our focus fully. However, I do think that calling attention to the fact that parents and students are responsible for monitoring their grades and things like that, I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing. We would just want to make sure that the wording is appropriate. I look at the philosophy section slightly differently. I think that having a philosophy behind why we created what we created isn't necessarily the same as direction. It's the explanation as to why it's happening. So I don't necessarily see a problem with having a philosophy section. I do think that we may want to change some of the wording so it's not as directive towards a particular group, but as what we're intending behind this as a division.
Thank you. I will take a go back. I just want to reiterate for the public, I believe very strongly in UDL, and that when you walk up to an automatic door and it opens to everyone. And that's the way we should design lessons and do assessment, okay? I'm 100% believer in diversifying how we do all of the things. I was just worried about the litigious county we live in and not being stuck on a word. And legal is not here to do an interpretation of this, but I appreciate the uplifting of that this is a public document, so to remove a bullet would send a wrong impression. I do think we can fix this by just doing some edits within the document. And I thought that at some point we did have a conversation about like something in the theory of in the course of a quarter, right? But that there should be varied assessments. So we can get back to that as a committee. So, and again, there's no sword for me to die on here in terms of, I'm fine if responsibilities stay. I'm fine if the paragraph, I didn't want to kick philosophy out. I just was sharing what we received from high school principals. It's not Robin's opinion that's what that was. So, all right, any other comments, questions regarding these two sections? Okay. We are going to move on then to requirements for assessment and grading practices, and we're going to do this bullet by itself. So it's requirements for assessment and grading practices, and again, this is a bulleted section. Mr. Frisch.
All right, I will just dive right in where I think a lot of us want to go. On the use of zero, I'm not comfortable with an ambiguous reasonable attempt definition unless it's going to be made clear by regulations. So what I would hate to have happen is that we go through all of this effort to make things consistent from school to school, and then find out that at one school, the threshold for what reasonable is much higher than it is at another school. That gives certain students an unfair advantage, right? And so I would either like that edited to, either take the definition out or leave it to the regulation, or be more specific with the definition that we're offering. It says, a reasonable attempt occurs when a student submits an assignment with some evidence that an attempt was made to demonstrate knowledge. That's going to be something that is considered different for every teacher. And it should be more specific. You know, I can picture a student turning in an essentially blank assignment with a little bit of work on it, and one teacher saying, well, that's an attempt. And another teacher saying, you put no thought into this, this is not an attempt. So we need to be a little clearer there. I accept the point that we do need to have some kind of a rule here that governs this, but it needs to be clearer. And I believe the reassessment, I'm supportive of having a consistent reassessment policy. And I believe it limited it to 1 in here, didn't it? Yeah. And I support that as well. As for the gradebook type, I appreciate the encouraging for a consistent gradebook, and don't mind that we include the definition of what those two things are, because that's what we're going to be, what the regulations will be choosing between. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Anderson.
I'm just going to run down here just to give my thoughts on each of these. Gradebook type, one of the things that I know the committee discussed quite at length is having consistency for our parents and our students. We have math teachers in the same school. One is using rolling, one is using quarterly. And also, I want to put on the table that a rolling gradebook is not, it has more nuances rather than just leaving the gradebook open throughout the year. Because what happens is that a child who is unsuccessful very early on of a rolling gradebook never gets that albatross from around its neck, because we are not supplanting future grades, we're just leaving it there to carry and weigh down students. So not all of our practitioners are using the rolling gradebook in the manner that it is supposed to be, because it does indicate that there's some other practices that should be happening rather than just leaving it all the way through. Having said that, I would not want for parents to have that inconsistency across the board where the 3 teachers are rolling, 1 is quarterly, and they don't know how to keep up with it. But I do know from the conversations we had in governance where there's been the argument made that some content area just are better suited for particular gradebook types, which I can push back on, because once upon a time, all we had were quarterly. And so everybody started again at the beginning of the year. So I want us to be as consistent as possible. If it means that the math departments in every school are doing the same thing, that's what I would like. It shouldn't be a math department at school A has rolling, math department at school B has quarterly, and they're using it differently. As tightly coupled as we can be regarding that consistency, that's what I'd like to see with gradebook type. Most of the students that I've spoken to, they want quarterly because they'd like the fresh start, because they know that their teachers are not necessarily nuanced enough to use the rolling gradebook as the research suggests. One of my also major components is reassessment. I don't think learning needs to be as time-bound as we have made it out to be. There's always this conversation, we're preparing kids for, the real world. Certainly, we are, but our 6th and 7th graders that are in middle school, we're preparing them for high school. We're not preparing them to get a job. And even at your work, when you have a poor report, and we've seen it everywhere, you get the opportunity to do it again, and you're not limited as to what your new score could be. Having said that, I do realize that there are a lot of students who are trying for a variety of reasons. If they receive a 92 on an assessment, they want a reassessment to get to the 100. The way that I've been able to reconcile that in my mind is if you have a score that translates into an A, whether it's a low A or a high A, it's an A, you should maybe not be reassessing, and I'd like to go back.
Ms. Anderson.
So I had a couple things in this section specifically. I have the same concerns about the rolling grade book just because of the way that I've seen that it's been conducted. I would like us to make sure, I was a little confused in this because whether or not we're talking about the theory or the technology, because that's another thing that's not being consistently done, is that some teachers are really good about putting things in Schoology and SIS, and some are only putting things in SIS, which is not a problem as long as we understand that that's what's going on. So that was the first question I had related to gradebook type, is whether or not we're talking about theory or technology. I also think the grading committee touched on this. I don't think they intended to, but when you're talking about the fact that we're watching first quarter grades drop more significantly than we have in the past, that can be directly noted to the same types of things that Dr. Anderson was just speaking about, related to the fact that you get kids. It actually works the same way as a zero would. You get started on the wrong foot and you can't ever get out of it. And so that's the concern that I also have. It also doesn't allow teachers to really see progress over the year in the same way if the grade book just keeps rolling. So I am a big fan of grade weighting by discipline, not necessarily grade weighting across an entire school, because I'm also watching that not go well in practice. And finally, for the reassessment, I would actually like to specify that it be at least one opportunity. As someone who taught English for a very long time, I often had students rewrite papers multiple times in order to get to that mastery level. So limiting it to only one retake, if it's part of the process of the assignment, is not necessarily going to be conducive to all disciplines. And then the use of the discipline, or the use of the zero, the only thing that I would say is up to this, for some schools, even now, I believe, they're still giving 50 if you do nothing. So the fact that I have a kid that at least has enough executive functioning that they show up, they hand the document in, and they get some of it done, for some kids, that is a reasonable attempt. So the only other thing that I would say here is that I'm wondering whether or not this reasonable attempt definition actually needs to be moved into the definitions section so that you don't have multiple types of pieces of the document all over the place. But I do think that a kid that makes, because again, this goes into, and I really worry about the last three words, recognizing genuine effort, because that is a subjective thing that adults are going to put on kids' motives, which I think is dangerous when we're talking about all of this reasonable attempt kind of idea. So that was a lot of information in a short period of time.
Thank you. Mr. Dunn.
Thank you. Thank you. So I am very strongly opposed to the 50% threshold. I believe that was instituted during the pandemic to set a floor under children failing. But what I have heard universally from teachers, from parents, from students, is that it has created a system in which students are gaming the system to basically do less than zero work, and so I would not support any policy that includes that 50% threshold. I also support limiting the reassessment to one per reassessment per class, per course, because and I would also support establishing a threshold that if you get a grade 80% or better, that you're not allowed to do a reassessment. Reassessments were intended to allow students to really, if they have a bad grade, to get a better grade. And what we see in the data from McLean High School that was shared with all the school board members, and which caused me to inquire with principals of high schools in my region, is the same thing. It's mostly higher achieving students seeking to move from a 92 to a 94 or a 89 to a 93, which is not meaningful and only imposes unnecessary burdens on our teachers. So every aspect of this grading policy should be viewed through the lens of teachers and reducing the burden on them while being equitable to our students. I also strongly oppose the rolling gradebook. It was rolled out during the pandemic as something that's a positive for students. I have not seen that in my own children's experience. I've not seen that in any comments and conversations I've had with any principals, teachers, students, parents, universally, it is not supported. So I hope that we can move towards a system that is fair to all students, but also doesn't necessarily, it doesn't create incentives to game the system, and also doesn't unnecessarily burden our teachers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunn. Mr. Moon?
Okay, let me start with something I consider to be a little easier from my perspective is 0 point, use of the 0. If we move the reasonable attempt, reasonable limits to a definition section, no matter how that is actually written down as a definition, it will still come to a subjective judgment on the part of the grader. So I don't know how else we can do this. Giving minimum of 50% with no effort shown whatsoever, I'm not going to be able to support that. But with some reasonable attempt, giving 50%, in the sense that we are trying to encourage students to continue improving their either academic achievement or their habits. I want to support that, especially for the schools. If the schools go with quarterly grades rather than rolling book, which gives students more opportunities to continue putting more efforts to continue improve their grades. If you do a quarterly grades, once your first couple of quarters grades really suffer, once that happens, your year-end grades is not going to really reflect overall achievement by the end of the year. So in that sense, I guess I'm also addressing a grade book type that I want to be able to give either school-by-school choice of which grade book they want to use, whether quarterly or rolling book, or even discipline by discipline. But what I don't want to do is, within the given discipline, teacher A is using quarterly versus teacher B using rolling book. And then, if you did that, the students will see how a certain teacher will be seen as more lenient in terms of grading, or more generous in terms of grading, giving a certain grades. So I don't want to see students doing teacher shopping within the school. So that is my take on use of the 0 and grade book type. Now, a more difficult question is reassessment, because I believe that we need to balance the needs on the. Okay. We need to balance the needs of the students and balance the needs of the teachers as well. And I also don't want to give students incentive or disincentive on the first attempt. I don't want the students to game. The first one is nothing more than just a practice run. Real test comes on the second one. So that we don't want to create a policy to give them message out or to be abused that way by students or anybody. And I will go back.
Thank you. Ms. Dixit.
So I think everybody's addressing the reassessment and use of 0. I'll talk about that. The use of 0, I understand during pandemic it was, given 50% to all students, and I felt like some students didn't want to put in the work that time because it made them realize that they could get a B+, and then with little effort they will not have a 0. So it was easy to take some good tests and not take some others, and so I think the effort levels was reduced. Having said that, I think the if somebody has not done any work, and they should get a 0. Like if they have put in a blank sheet of paper. If they have done some part of it, they should be considered for 50%. It's very, it's at least they're showing they showed up, they're doing some work, they have probably had a bad day and they couldn't study for the test, but they can take so I would agree with some effort should be given 50%, but I don't know the reasonable attempt because that's again very subjective. For reassessment, I agree a lot of students are using that as a tool to get to 100%. Because there is no limit, there's a limit is you can go up to 100%. So some students who are really motivated are trying to get to that 98%. And there's going to be a lot of students who won't try. So the reassessment should be, I think, given to up to 80%, so that if you got a B, you don't need to take a reassessment. But if you got and below the B, at least you can get up to that level. I think that was the way it was in the past in FCPS, at least from my own son's when he was younger. So I would just say that, and I do think one of the principals we were talking to did mention something, that the students who are coming back for reassessment can show they have done some work. Like if there's a math test and there's a section of it, they could take that module or that lesson like in Khan Academy and show it's completed before they're taking that reassessment. I'm saying it if we go towards the 100%, up to 100%, then there has to be some work done to show that they have done the work before they come for reassessment. Otherwise, and there should be only one attempt, as we said, especially for math. I don't know about English and other subjects. It could be more attempts, I guess, but for math and science, I think one attempt should be good. So thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Sizemore-Heiser.
A couple things. So I'm going to start on the reassessment. I strongly believe in the one opportunity, and I hear my colleagues concerned about, for papers, doing multiple drafts. I think that can be done in a formative way. I know when you use UDL design sometimes and you walk students through different drafts of papers, those are formative assessments, and then it comes to the final and a final assessment. So I think there's room to kind of be able to do both, because I fully agree with that. I also, to be honest, if we limit reassessments to one opportunity, which I agree with, then I'm okay with 100%, because it's just one opportunity. So when you're looking at workload, it's not like students will have multiple opportunities to get to that 100%. So I'm okay with leaving reassessment to 100% if we just limit it to one opportunity. I think that's a good balance for workload. I'm open to the other conversation, but that's where my head is on that part of it. As far as the grade book type, I guess we had a lot of conversations in governance about this, and I think consistency was the thing that I felt like was the most important, was consistency of gradebook type as opposed to type. And I will say I felt like I wanted to leave it to the operational experts to say which gradebook type, and maybe it is per type of class, or maybe it is per division or subject, but I think that may be better, and we're putting, again, this is our philosophy, our value statement. The stake we're putting in is transparency, clarity, and uniformity, and I think those are the important pieces in there. Reasonable attempt is really hard. I know as a lawyer in the law field, reasonable gets used a lot too, and it's often the eye of the beholder. And I think the difficulty of defining it in a policy in any way that's really clear is that it then ends up being a scenario by scenario. What reasonable looks like might be different, and it's also hard because of that subjectiveness. I agree, maybe taking out genuine effort and putting in effort, or sufficient effort instead of genuine, because genuine is more of a subjective than sufficient. But I don't know if you ever, when you're trying to figure out if a student did enough to be considered for an attempt, be able to prescribe it. I think that's a very situational. So I would be okay just leaving reasonable attempt and saying some evidence that an attempt was made to demonstrate knowledge. To me, that part is key. An attempt is made to demonstrate knowledge. You can't just turn in a sheet with your name on it. You have to do something to demonstrate your knowledge. So I think with that in there, I would leave reasonable. I think the one opportunity, I'm okay with 100% as long as it's only one opportunity. I think that finds that balance of workload. And the grade book type, I would encourage just to leave it as consistency and let the superintendent and her operational staff figure out what's best.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and take my turn before we do some go-backs. Ms. Marion, you haven't had a turn. No, you have not on this topic, so let me go to you first.
Okay, thank you. Just some things come to mind as I'm listening. One is that, I'm hearing sometimes we want to get more specific about things and less specific about others. But I think we should be consistent, about, what we're doing. So, and again, like I hear what Dr. Anderson says about using the zero, and then I hear what others say about, well, students need to, the highest scores go to those students. I personally do not want to weigh in on that because I don't think I have the expertise as an educator and to know, like, what are the data? How many students are going for 100 if they get the 90? How many students, like, we don't have that data, and I just hear a lot of assumptions being made. I would rather say to the superintendent, the regulation, the practice, we're talking about policy and the regulations and practice. The practice needs to rest on research. And I'm aware, again, just from having one of our members be a former educator and principal, like I'm aware that there is research about having a 0 or a 50 will impact the student. I don't know about research or even the whole district data that tells me how many students are trying to get 100 after a 90. The other big thing too is to please remember that these are parts of the standard-based grading practice that I've been trying to learn about over the last year. And so when we have students who are, we're hearing students aren't doing their best on their first test because they know they can achieve with the second. Well, when the model's really working, apparently there's that grade replacement. So then that poor grade from the beginning moves away by the higher grade in the second turn. And that also limits how many test teachers are having to grade and how many students. So again, I just don't think that we should be so prescriptive because if we can equate it to what's happening with our science of reading work, we are trying to make a big change, but it's not going to happen fast. And so can we do a few things this time to clear up the confusion that we hear? And then the next go around, the superintendent has a much clearer set of practices that is consistent, that then staff gets trained on, the learning management system gets trained on. And to that point, I have a follow-on motion I want to bring that directs the superintendent to keep the learning management system like Schoology, like SIS, up to date and consistently used. And I did share some evidence with her last week showing how different it is among schools, among classes. We've got to make sure that the learning management system is being fully used to its capacity and that it's not confusing students. So I hope that you will consider that follow-on. Thanks.
Thank you. Now, seeing no new placards, I'll take my turn. I think I want to start with the 0. And I didn't realize this until I started engaging in a lot of dialogue with faculty who are out there, but we actually had a number of people who initially believed that the 50 was the bottom for a quarter grade, but not the bottom for an individual grade. So I just want to put that out there, right? So, when we talk about whether we can effectively define reasonable temp or not, at the end of the day, no student should get below a 50 for a quarter grade, because then that tanks you in terms of the next 3 quarters of work. And so maybe we could come to an agreement on that. And if it's further operationalized, to my colleague, Ms. Marin's point, by the superintendent, that gets somewhere in weeds and wants to define it other ways, but I'm just going to throw that out there. Also, in terms of reassessment, again, everything I'm reading and hearing, the majority of the students who are using this are already getting high Bs and As, and they're just trying to go from a 92 to a 98. We even have kids that try to go from a 98 to 100. They're in the process of learning new material, but they're also trying to review previous material. And in a number of situations, they're doing worse on reassessments. And so I believe strongly in reassessment. I've shared this with several of you. I also believe this is something that could be operationalized differently depending on the class you're taking. And I'll quickly say this, and I can talk more individually, but if you're in a course that's for the standard diploma, then I believe you can reassess up to 100%. And I wouldn't even limit the numbers. But if you're in an honors, AP, IB, dual enrolled, any weighted course, any course that takes you to the advanced studies, which would mean a pre-calc, because you don't need that for standard, then you can reassess, one time up to an 85%. What we have now, and again, I'm going to quote Dr. Reed, you learn on the edge of your competency. And we have many students in our system because, in my opinion, I won't get into that. We have many students in our systems who are not accessing advanced learning because they're not getting properly prepared at younger grades. So with our strategic plan around literacy and numeracy, we're going to change that. We're going to change that dialogue. There are students in many of our schools who can do that work and need the support, need to be pushed. But we also have a lot of schools in our system where every student, there's so few sections of standard courses. And so you're finding that if I am in Algebra 2 honors and I'm not learning at the edge of my competency because I'm pretty strong in math, because my teachers are busy remediating maybe some kids in my classroom who are better served in Algebra 2, that's the edge of their competency. I think that we have to pay attention to that. And if it was operationalized two different ways and you're really struggling, then Algebra 2 will give you an opportunity to reassess up to 100%. And again, that's just my out-of-the-box sort of creative thinking around this, and I'm going to need to go back because the buzzer's about to go off. So I'll get to my others on the go back. Speaking of go backs, the first one will go to Dr. Anderson.
Thank you. This is definitely a hot topic. But one of the points that I really want to share is no matter what, if a student gets a 50 on an individual assignment and gets a 50 for the quarter, 50 is a failing grade. It's not even an argument worth having because the safety net that is trying to be offered with that 50, it's not for the student who is not working. It's for the student that is and has that one slip up. So it doesn't tank their work. I welcome each of you to pull out your cell phones, 75, 75, 75, 50. 75, 75, 75, 0. That is not a true reflection of that child's work if you have 3 decent grades and a 0. And for the students that we all seem to be so worried about that are not working, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50. And that equals what, Dr. Presidio?
I think that's a 50, which is an F.
It's an F. There's nothing for us to worry about. No one is going to game the system by getting 50s across the board. It's not even worth our breath in that discussion. And also, it's also the research. We want to say that we want to make data-driven decision, and Ms. Marin is right. There's a lot of data that we don't have. But there's a lot of research that we do have. And when I gave my feedback to that committee's report, one of the first things that I articulated in that email way back in May or April is how grounded it was in current research regarding grading. It is sound. And having a 50 really does really no good for us to continue to argue that point. I'm also going to say something that seems to be wildly unpopular today. I'm going to center my comments and my focus on our students. And I realize the space that we're in. We want to be mindful of adults, yes. We want to be mindful that we're in a teacher shortage, yes. But our work is to focus and hone in on students. And that was my time.
Thank you. Mr. Moon?
Dr. Anderson, one thing that I may disagree, if I misinterpreted what you're about to say wrong, please forgive me. But when you talk about workload on the part of teachers, that's not really against the students. If teachers feel overloaded, overburdened, and what they have to do in order to come up with alternative assessments, and also further grading, time taken into further grading, that's going to all have a negative effect upon teachers' ability to continue teaching or continue improving the instruction the teacher will have to deliver in the classroom. I'm going to go back to the number of reassessment. Something that I had really hadn't thought about until this morning was, summative assessment does not necessarily mean there will be one per quarter. a teacher could give a number of summative assessments, because if you only give a one summative assessment per quarter, there will be a really heavy pressure upon a students to go through that one assessment to be, if it is 70%, gosh, that's 70% of a grade. So teachers may give more than one summative assessment per quarter. Some teachers may give a 5, who knows, along the way. And if you give every student an opportunity to retake for every summative assessment, that's going to really increase the amount of the work on the part of everybody. So I think as a governance committee goes back to its further deliberation and discussion about this, again, I would say reasonable balance between the needs of students and teachers. I know that's an awfully hard task, and I'm glad that I'm not a member on the governance committee.
Okay. Mr. Frisch?
Some questions about how we might track some of this. Do we track the reassessments in any way?
Not centrally, and I don't know if principals do at the school. Typically, the only way that I would know to do that is to go into each individual teacher's grade book and for each student determine how many reassessments they have taken and then aggregate that up, right? So we have not done that centrally, and I'd be really skeptical that schools are doing that either.
If we make these changes and it's one reassessment, would it be a strain on the system to create a report after a year of it being in place that tells the board about, because if we truly are just having students who are already extremely high performers, somebody's microphone must be on, who are just high performers, who are seeking reassessments, perhaps that's something worth looking at. The other thing I would say is that, like, this notion that I don't know that I'd be in favor of removing the reassessment if it was just high performers. Because for some parents and you know, the difference between getting a B and an A, or, you know, is the same as the difference between another family getting the C or the B or the D or the C. It's just relative to the family's experience and the expectations that those families have for the students. I do believe that we should be limiting the number of reassessments, because I also think I don't know why that noise is happening, but I also think that it teaches a lesson in students, for students, about how to not only focus on, you know, doing your best whenever possible, but also being thoughtful about where am I. We're going to pause for a moment.
Testing.
Maybe it's your mic.
Testing. All right. So I guess the two things I would be interested in are, one, you know, whether we can, if wherever we end up, if we can try and figure a way, and maybe it's a pilot where we're just doing it at a few schools that have different demographics, to see how it's being used, as long as it's not an extra strain on the teachers. And then two, I think that by putting a limit, you're forcing the student not only to show up and perform as best they can, but also to be strategic about, okay, is this the thing I'm going to use my reassessment on, right? And I think that's, you know, as they get older, if they continue into, you know, college, they're going to have to make those kinds of judgment calls on the fly all the time in college about where they're spending their effort. Am I going to read this or am I going to read this? You know, I don't know of a lot of reassessing going on in college, but it's certainly something to be mindful of. So I don't think I would support, I support the 50%. And I would not support probably anything more than the one reassessment.
And to clarify, is that one reassessment per assessment or one reassessment per quarter? As is written in the policy, which would be per assessment. Okay, thank you. You went a couple places there. Dr. Anderson, that's an additional go back? Yes. Okay, I'm going to take mine since I didn't get to finish. So I want to speak a little bit more to reassessment, and I want to talk about our kids. And I want to talk about the message that we send to kids regarding grades and what they mean and how they define them as people. Certainly for most of the time in this world that we've had education, a C was an average grade, a B was a good grade, an A was a great grade. We don't live in that space anymore. Every family wants their student to be an A student. So, and time is a variable in learning. I'm very aware of the research. I'm very supportive of reassessment. But I also understand that students need to make choices around where they spend their time in preparation. But I'm worried about mental health because in my last few years as a director, there were far more parents begging their children to pump the brakes, and the kids couldn't do it. The kids couldn't pump their own brakes. We have to be take care of our children, and we need to pump the brakes. And so that's why I'm very strongly opposed to reassessment up to 100%, especially for those of our students that are in advanced coursework. Also, as Mr. Frisch mentioned, there's a college, they're not getting this in college. We literally have kids coming back telling people, do you know we can't reassess in college? Because it's not been made clear to them, because we've been doing it as a practice for 4 years. Also, when we talk about diversifying lesson planning, we've heard it loud and clear from McLean, from Cooper, from other places who've shared information with us, and I've heard it sort of on the trail of just talking to people, that teachers, they're not diversifying their assessment as much as they used to because of the number of reassessments they have to write. The other thing I want to uplift is we want consistency, but how many teachers curve a test? How many teams curve a test? What's a math test look like perhaps it's at high school A versus at high school B in the same subject? I'm just sharing with folks, and then I have other things and I'll take another go back, is that we're the only way to, I guess, be consistent is to tell them, if you teach AP Calc AB, here's your assessments. And you can't curve them. I don't know. I'm just saying, I've been in education long enough to know. And part of the reason you curve and part of the reason you do these things is because you're like, wow, maybe we didn't teach that as effectively as we thought we had. We've got to come towards these students. So I'll stop and go to Dr. Anderson for go back.
Thank you. Now that you raised that, I kind of have a question. How would that work in an environment where we have essentially like standards-based grading with curving?
It's a great question. I'll do my best, but it's complicated because people have different ideas and different definitions of what standards-based grading is. But if you were using the definition that you're going to determine a content standard or a skill, and you're going to assess on that using a rubric, some sort of scale, score, you conceivably could still curve the outcome of any performance task, any assessment. You could still curve it, but that would not be the philosophical intent. The philosophical intent is that we want student learning mastery at this particular level, on this particular standard, and we're going to assess every individual student against that particular standard, not against their peers in the classroom in terms of performance. So technically it could be done, but it really deviates, curving that is, deviates from the philosophy of standards-based grading if you were to curve in that type of system.
Yes, that's definitely what I thought of. And I think it's kind of a dangerous precedent because all of our students are gearing and fighting for the same college spots. It's not going to be, well, those of you at this school where, your norm is different from kids at this other school, we are all preparing them to really compete for the same colleges. So that is something that I would not be in support of. The point that I wanted to make is Dr. Reed, you and I had a very long conversation regarding this last week, and hopefully you could recall enough to enlighten us. The ways that, what we had talked about in terms of how to lower the teacher workload in a reassessment environment. How to reduce it. I hope you remember, because I remember what you said.
Well, maybe you could remind me what I said, because how to reduce teacher workload.
Yes.
Well, you could limit the number of reassessments.
Right.
And.
Which we already do.
Okay.
Right?
I mean, we have a number of strategies. I mean, I'm actually going to ask Michael to talk about this a little bit because he's developed strategies, resources, he's done PD. And again, I would just say before Michael speaks very briefly, we've had reassessment policies in the division since 2015. And we've had teachers using 100%, using 90%, using 80% since 2015. So this isn't a new situation that we find ourselves in. We changed our policy and we took away the flexibility for individual teachers, departments, or schools to set the reassessment policy. And given that, if we want to reduce teacher workload, we need some time to make sure that we can support teachers with making some of those technical changes that would maybe make things a little bit easier. But do you want to briefly just give a few examples?
So yeah, there's a couple of different things we work with teachers on to think about how they might more effectively reassess. The first thing we talk about is maybe differentiating between reassessment and just retakes. Retakes is traditionally like, I'm going to give almost the same test, but it's going to be different questions on the test. Recognizing that that is a lot of workload in terms of having to create, two or three different versions of a really long test. So a lot of schools have done things like group, break their tests apart by standard so that they can sort of understand, okay, a student doesn't really need to prove that they can redo the entire assessment because they've already established that, but they do have this one area where they are still struggling, and so let's just look at that. So that's definitely one area that we do. I think that we look at also thinking about like different formats of reassessment, so it doesn't always have to be exactly the same kind. So if we're really focused on like a skill, are there other opportunities for you to show me how to do that that doesn't, again, involve 20 different examples of the same thing? So a lot of it has to do with assessment design. We also talk to teams about like effective ways to think about the logistics of reassessment as well, so that it isn't like every single teacher staying after school or working during advisory or something, so we work with them on that as well. So I would say primarily we focus on like not just giving it a full assessment and redoing that full assessment, because that's a lot of work for both teachers and students, but really thinking about creative ways to still understand where a student is, but not necessarily have them engage in the full reassessment process.
Thank you. Dr. Reed, has your memory been jogged?
My memory is being jogged. I think we also talked about AI possibilities. We talked about maybe, I know the term, I don't know that I've heard the term as much in Fairfax County, but we used to talk about test corrections. So it's like not another whole new exam, but I don't remember which board member talked about going back and doing some study and then doing test corrections. So I think there are a variety of things that would not require teachers, again, to spend an onerous amount of time on retesting. I do think thinking about limiting, maybe picking just a couple, maybe retakes in a given term per course. I mean, there are a variety of things we could do to limit workload issues, but if there's something else I said.
You also said what Michael shared, which is organizing the assessment in a way so that you only retaking that portion, not the entirety of the issue. And again, there's a lot of anecdotes being floated around and no real hard data. We've also heard that some students are reporting that the reassessment is exponentially more difficult than the original assessment. That's not its purpose. But I want to offer another R in the world of retakes and reassessment, which is readiness. How are our teachers utilizing the formative assessments to evaluate student readiness for the assessment? Because if we're using that data, if they have time, I want to make sure that I put that there because I know it's an issue, to use that data to effectively determine that your class is ready, we're not going to have those things that I think that teacher reported, which is half of the class failed the test. Well, did half of the class do well? If half of the class is failing the assessment, I'm sorry, that's not a teacher, that's not a student issue. That's a teaching issue. That's not a learning issue. But do they have the time in order to deal with the formative assessments?
Well, we never have enough time, but I think you make a really good point, which is if we're doing formative assessment well, it's going to help us make decisions in the classroom about when to assess and how to assess. And, you know, I'll just use an example with my own son, who's a ninth grader, and looking at how his teacher approaches the work in his biology class. Everything is kind of set up by standard and content areas, so things are segmented off. There's a formative assessment before the summative assessment. Like, I can see all of that intentionality in that design. I'm sure she still has way too much workload, but she's doing some really intentional things, I think, that are going to reduce that workload. And that's what we need to try to help people with.
Ms. Marin.
Just looking at the language that's drafted of this policy, I agree with what others have said in that I think recognizing genuine effort, any of those more subjective words, I don't think should be in there. But really, when I look at all of that language, you know, some evidence, there's a lot of subjectivity in there, but I mean, in education, there's always an art and a science. So I just, again, don't know that we are the arbiters of what is the science exactly. I think that assessment and grading, or rather instruction and assessment, are two parts of the same coin. And it's almost like chicken and egg too, right? Well, if you instruct in a meaningful way, the assessment will reveal what has been learned or not. And if you assess in a meaningful way, then you'll know what to instruct. I mean, that's the purpose here, is to know that our students are learning, not just to give them grades. But I think even that is a little bit of a cultural shift, because we've all been conditioned since whenever to know that, you know, A is the best and B is this, and I have to get all A's. And I don't know if all families want their kids to get all A's. I think some families are very pleased with their kids if they're happy and they're getting B's. So I just think there's way too much subjective information and not enough data about, you know, and you mentioned, you know, the high pressure of taking a lot of difficult courses. Well, we allow for that in other policies and regulations. So this policy can't control all those other factors. To get back to the work of, you know, trying to get this policy as clean as possible, I would be most comfortable to say that the superintendent has to designate the use of the 0 or not, or 50. But I'm very compelled by what Dr. Anderson has shared, and I would be leaning more towards that.
Ms. Dixit.
So I would address something I didn't address before, was the grade weighting. And, you know, we talked about it. Personally, my son just graduated high school, and he had all APs and honors. And he said this year particularly was harder, because before the teachers could use the assignment points on their own capacity to measure the final grade. But with the 30-70 split, it became very hard for students to do well in some of those courses. So things were easier or better, or I should say, and this comes from a very hardworking student, so not trying to, you know, get a way out of it. So I really wanted to address that, you know, there's a way to, you know, get back to the older way of how we were doing the assessments. I think is something I got a feedback from him and his friends. Thanks.
All right, thank you. I'll take a turn on a go back. I just want to talk for a second about college. Whether we like it or not, colleges evaluate students in the context of their school. And I bring this up because that's what they do. You know, and there's a saying in the world that to whom much is given, much is expected. for example, a lot of times families in Fairfax get very upset because a school system in Southern Virginia, where they only offer 3 AP classes, that those young people get into our most selective institutions, and they think that that's not fair to some of our kids who have taken 5 APs or 6 APs. Well, we offer like 30 of them here if you're in an AP school. We offer DE, we offer IB. But if you're in one of our schools where, there aren't as many sections of all of those things being offered, students do the best they can do in the environment they're in. We talk a lot also about course taking. When a reader for an institution is evaluating a Chantilly student, they do it differently than they evaluate a student from Woodson, because there are some classes taught at Chantilly that aren't taught at Woodson. And so a kid can't access them. So I just want to put that out there. It's not something we like to, appreciate or understand. And then they are evaluated in context of their system and then their state, right? But the real number one is they drill down because they get a school profile from that student's school that tells them how to interpret that student's transcript based on what's offered. And then I also quickly want to talk about standards-based instruction, where it's not reassessment, it's replacement grades, where when they're doing reassessment, they're reassessing specific standards, which could also be part of a future assessment. So while students in schools that don't have standards-based grading, they are relearning material for a reassessment while learning new material. It happens organically in our standards-based instruction schools. And, I think that's just another thing in terms of, and lastly, I just want to uplift what the high school principals have shared is doing any specific type of grade book with fidelity will take time. And it's been shared here. There are some people who have been doing a rolling grade book for years, whereas 0 in the first quarter isn't going to impact you the same way as it's been articulated by some of my colleagues, because it shouldn't in a rolling grade book. But the problem is we haven't had the time, nor have we given a directive to the school system to pick a specific one and then implement it over 2 to 3 years and have fidelity in the training. So I will now go, I believe, Dr. Anderson and then Ms. Sizemore-Heiser.
I was happy to just keep moving, but since you called on me, I will give my thoughts regarding the language that I think most of us have talked about, the use of the 0. It's something that I also elevated in the governance committee. If we have language that is this subjective, we will have subjective activities, which then students will find are unfair, and then we'll be having conversations with the superintendent. So as tight as we can, make this the reasonable attempt. And again, I think this is a place where we're making a mountain out of a molehill. If you get 50%, it means really nothing unless you've been working the whole time.
Thank you. Ms. Sizemore-Heiser.
So I think the difficulty here, when we're talking about a 0 versus reasonable attempt, and we're kind of getting into the weeds of some of these things, and they're really important. We're talking about students going to college and how colleges assess. I think I want to pull back a little bit and say, what is the purpose of public education, and what is the purpose of grading in that context, right? Because, and I think our goal is to graduate students with the knowledge and skills to be successful on the path they choose, right? Whether it's college, career, military, whatever it may be, that's our goal. And so what we teach them and how we assess what we teach them should help inform that goal. And so I respect everybody's different, experiences and data and, focuses on what colleges are looking at. Those are all important. And, for many of our students, it's very, very important as well. But I would like to look at what reassessment is going to help us get kids the skills and knowledge they need to be successful on their path. What reassessment practices are going to build in them these skills and practices and patterns of behavior and expectations. I teach college classes. I've been a full-time professor for 15 years. I can tell you we do not do multiple reassessments at college. In the workplace, there might be some workplaces that you can redo things, and others where if you really do it in a way that would get you at a 50% or an F in school, it's not going to be acceptable even if you get a chance to redo it. And it's going to interfere with what your boss and your coworkers think of your ability to do your job. And so Do I think we're teaching them those skills? So we need to give a little more latitude in school? Absolutely. Do we still need to put some guardrails around them so the skills they learn are not, hey, we can just redo things as much as we want? That's really important. So I firmly think the one opportunity on each summative assessment kind of gets to that balance in a consistent way. And I really don't want to graduate students, and I'm seeing this as a college professor, who lack the skills to be successful on their chosen career or path.
Thank you. See no more placards related to philosophy. We're going to move on. We're going to move on to grading scale. I want to address grading scale quickly, hopefully. So the big difference in grading scale was getting rid of a D minus. So that's the difference. I won't. The D minus used to be 60 to 62. And the D was 63 to 66. And so now we're just taking the minus away and just, it's a D. 60 to 66 is a D. Dr. Anderson.
I think that was a good change, thank you. And please notice the 50's an F.
Correct. Ms. Marin.
I do want to provide some context. So before this change, the grading policy had not been reviewed in, I forget, it was several years, definitely more than the 5. And this change was brought about on the eve of the previous board going out to codify what the superintendent had proposed be the scale. I'm fine with the scale, but I do want to say to the board has the opportunity now or in the future to state what the scale is, or to send that over to the superintendent and say the superintendent can set it. But this scale was set without the board stating it. So this is one of those other areas, again, where we've got operations creeping into policy. So, but yes, this version, even from the one that was passed in December 23, does remove the D minus, which I'm fine with. But I just wanted to mention that.
Any other comments? I'll just make one. I think I felt like, as an observer prior to being elected on the board, that the D minus was to make it the range of a D, a 10-point range, like others. And so where I personally just disagreed is, why D minus? Isn't it tough enough on a kid to get a D? We got to now add a minus. So I just, in the interest of children, thought we could just make the D a 60 to a 66. Ms. Marin.
Well, and to the comment about the F is a 50, I mean, either we accept that and we include the scale as it is, and we then say previously that the 0 is a 50, or we don't include this scale. We can't have it both ways. Am I right? I mean, it literally says 50. So there is no providing a 0 if this grading scale stays in the policy as it is. It's de facto. It says right there that a failing grade is a 50. That's the floor.
Yeah.
So there is no giving of a 0 if this is in the policy, which again, my first comments were about the board does not have to set the grading scale. But if the board includes this scale, which was a recommendation because it existed, no, this is from the previous policy. This was the one meaty thing from the previous policy. So we kept this in there, and the only thing we did was remove the D minus. But if this is in here as a 50, it means that we cannot also allow for the use of a 0. Someone please correct me if I'm wrong, but they can't both exist.
I don't think that's, I mean, I think it certainly can be interpreted that way, and I see how you would do that. And if we want to change the language to be clear, we probably need to do that. But I think the way to look at this is that a student's quarter grade or final grade, right, is not going to fall below a 50. Because remember, our current policy, we already set the policy that a teacher can assign a 0 on a test or in a, well, okay.
Well, I'm sorry, Dr. Suter, we don't have a policy on that. You might have a practice, but there's not a policy. This would override everything.
I apologize.
No, I just want to say, I mean, we might have a practice, but.
So the current grading requirement for teachers is that they can give a 0 on an assignment, but they can't give anything below a 50 on a quarter grade, semester grade, or end of the year grade. So again, I think, like, I see how you would interpret this that way, and I think a lot of people would. So if we're going to keep that same structure in our new policy, we probably need some clarifying language here, like we did earlier in the policy about the difference between assigning a 0 on an assignment versus assigning a 0 for a quarter grade. That's all I
Thank you.
wanted to point out.
And that last point, it does come to mind too, right? This section does not say this is for a grading of an assignment or a course. So, well, it says courses will use this. So again, that's ambiguity. So if we want to get consistent, it seems that we have to figure out, is the grading scale applicable to only end of course, or is it all assignments? And is 50 the floor? And so does that need to be stated here, or does that need to be stated elsewhere? We should set that interpretation and not leave it up to other people to guess.
Thank you for that. I didn't see who went first. Ms. Anderson.
Well, one thing that we could do is take the section about zeros and actually put it in this section, since it's talking specifically about assignment or critique that would be given to a particular assessment or assignment. So if we did that, then we could add all the clarifying language that we're talking about, and we could also talk about the way that it should be handled for a semester or a quarter grade as compared. So I think that it makes a whole lot of sense to take that content and move it all into when you're talking about grading. I took this as, these are the grades that shall be assigned for a work that is completed. The whole point is that we're only assigning zeros for work that is not completed. And so that is where I still don't have a concern with ensuring that students, I understand what you're saying, and I have watched, including mine, kiddos game the system in terms of, well, I don't really have to do that one because I've got close enough and it'll keep me in the B range. I used to have my students that used to do the same thing with the assignments that I was giving. So like, I know that this happens. What I don't want to ever do is I don't want to penalize the kid that gets the 2 out of 10 because they're doing the absolute best that they can and they're trying. I want that kid to get 5. I just don't want the kid who's trying as hard as they can to get 5 and the kid that decides that they're going to game the system and not do it to get the same grade, because I don't think that's equitable either. So if I'm over here and I have a natural ability for math and I have an easy time doing all of this, and I decide that I'm not going to do this because I don't need it because I've gotten a high enough grade that I'm going to get an A anyways, that's not fair to the kid that is doing the absolute best that they can. So I don't want to penalize any kids, but I do want them to understand that if you don't show up, if you don't actually provide some effort, that you're not going to get credit for it. So I do think that moving the use of 0 into this section, maybe not in the same wording that it's got now, but talking about how the 0 could be used within the grading scale, I do think that that makes sense, that it would fix the problem.
Thank you, Ms. Sizemore-Heiser.
Thank you. I do think, so during our governance meeting, and I know we were trying to do a lot of things, so and it's not a negative, but this vote was very quick, and I was trying to make the comment that the 0 was missing before we took the vote. And again, no, please don't take this in a negative way, I just was not able to do that, and that was a point I wanted to make, is that before we vote in this grading scale, we need to, if we're going to have the use of the 0, which we had in the previous section, then we needed to update the grading scale to include the 0. So I would be happy to put something in our next steps, or whatever the document's going to be, to say that this grading scale also needs to include a 0 will be allowed to be used, and perhaps it's moving this language as my colleague suggested. But I do think, unless we as a board do not want to allow the 0, I think we need to put it in here. I don't necessarily think removing the grading scale is the best solution to that. I think it's better to clarify the use of the 0, because what we're trying to do with our policy is increase consistency. And I think if we remove the grading scale, it opens the door to multiple grading scales, which is why we end up putting the grading scale in here in the first place, because we were having schools with a 4-point grading scale and schools with a 100-point grading scale, and there was inconsistencies in that practice. And so we put this in here to have that consistency. So I, for one, would not want to take it out. I think we're better to put the information about the 0, move it to this section and tweak it, so we have that consistency. That's my 2 cents. I'm happy to put a next step or leave it to you, but I just wanted to mention that I was trying to get to this in our committee.
Thank you. Before we do go back, so I'll take a turn. I interpret this to mean this section is for a quarter, semester, or final grade. I would, and I do believe they're mutually exclusive. I do believe that the zero could be moved here, but it could be somewhere else, because if we're going to say completing nothing, not attempting a quiz or a test, you can see a zero in the grade book. I do not want anyone to get it below a 50 for a quarter grade or for a semester grade. So I do see them as being mutually exclusive, but I also can understand that they could be rolled into the same section. But I also want to make sure that, and it's my understanding, and I'm not sure if I'm going to get the terminology correct, but I do know that with grade replacement and also with reassessments, and with this particular situation with the zero, that, I think it's important that parents see in the grade book when they look that your student, perhaps given Mrs. Anderson's example, earned a 2 out of 10, but the grade replacement, or I don't know the terminology, puts that as a 5 out of 10, so it's a 50. Because I do think our parents and caregivers need to understand that's not what your student's earning, okay? But that's a protection that's in place because we want them to keep working, and we want them to keep being reassessed because we want them to know that tomorrow matters. And so those are the things that I just want to point out. And I think it's, Ms. Marin referenced this earlier, and that is the reality of the technology around grading. I think that potential follow-on motion makes sense, because again, it touches on what I just talked about. I don't know where this is better reflected, if it's in Schoology where you can see the 2 out of 10 and then it becomes a 5 out of 10, but you can't see it in SIS, because I don't have a kid in the system right now, and I haven't actually had a constituent reach out to me and have me sit and look at all the grade books. But I do know as a parent with 7 teachers at the secondary level, it's very hard to track, support, and understand what's going on. So it would be nice if we could do that with Fidelity, but again, it's going to take time. If we were to select Schoology, it's going to take time to teach teachers how to use Schoology, all its bells and whistles, the calendar, all those things. But anyways, I just want to make sure parents understand where their students actually stand, and then there's sort of how the grade implication takes place. So I'm going to go to go-backs, and I believe that, sorry, Ricky. Dr. Anderson.
It's fine. I just want to make sure that, one, I do agree with what Ms. Marin has said. We do need to clarify whether these are assignments and, or course. Where it lives, I don't have a preference, but I also want to make sure that I'm aware of what is the current practice right now with zeros. Dr. Presidio, can you share that?
Yeah, so teachers have the option, if they want to give a zero if a student does not make a reasonable attempt. So that language is already in there. They do not have to give a zero. They could choose to give a 50. So it's really at the discretion of the individual teacher. But typically what happens is that the collaborative teams of the teachers that are teaching the same course set the same grading standard that they would use.
And how long has that been in place?
This is the second year. We changed that last school year.
And what's been the feedback around that before we started working on this policy? From the high school association
I have very
or
little, but Michael
teachers?
might have had more.
So I know in the focus groups, the policy that's put in place last year was actually probably the one that got the most consistent support. So whether we're talking to teachers, students, families, they tended to support the kind of compromise position that it currently is in, where you can give a zero, but you also have the ability to give a 50. So prior to that, we had received a lot of feedback concerned about the fact that there were situations where students were not doing any work and maybe only doing a single assignment, and then were able to raise their grade, to a passing grade. That was rare, but I think there were some teachers that were concerned about that happening in some situations. But last year, I think in general, there was generally consistently positive feedback about the current.
I know for a fact that one of the high schools that I represent had this issue because they had a 90-10 weighting, and kids who determined that all I have to do is to pass the one summative that the teacher gives, and I don't have to do anything else. And that's what they did, because there would be at times one summative assessment for the entire quarter. So if you did well on it, yay for you. Not so well on it, obviously you would have an issue and really no other recourse because of the extreme weighting. What I think I'm hearing, and again, this leads back to consistency, is it seems to be consensus in the room that students would not be given a 0 as a final grade. So as a student, I could have 0, 0 across my entire assignments across the quarter. Let's just, use that because it's a little clean, and end up with an F at the end of the quarter. So I fail to see kind of the difference with doing it in this way and not doing it consistently. Because again, if you're doing the math of a student who, let's say, gets 100% all the way across, the quarter and has one assignment that they've decided to not do, which we know a lot of kids decide that. We have seniors who decide, you know what, the first 3 quarters were great, last quarter, I'll just deal with it. Again, it's not something that is overly detrimental to them because they're already so high. But for the children who are like right there at the cusp, for those bubble kids who are between a C and a D, having a 0 is insurmountable. And those are the kids that I'm choosing to focus on in these conversations.
Thank you. Ms. Marin.
Yes, I think it's appropriate to widen the conversation if we're going to talk about including the 0 from the above section here to just talk about pass-fail as well. So pass-fail was a standalone policy, which I identified at the outset as being one that could be rolled in. So we could certainly talk about that. The committee didn't get to talk about that. But in a section that encompasses the grading scale, the use of the 0 and pass-fail, like what is that umbrella? What is that called? Like the giving of grades, or, it's right, it's like a different thing than any of those other things, so I don't know what it is. And then, homework was also another standalone policy that maybe it remains its own section, and then the reporting was the actual report cards, and I won't get into that, but we're doing really good on time. I think we're going to make it. But anyway, I think we could expand the conversation about the scale to including the stuff about 0 or 50 and pass-fail. But I do want to say, what I'm saying about the inclusion of 50 and 0 is not a formatting issue. It's literally, to me, if we say in one section the floor of an F is a 50, we cannot also say that a 0 can be given. For me, I don't see how that can get explained away. Either it's 50 or 0 for courses or grades. So I just wanted to clarify that, and it seems like we need to get to some agreement about it, or the committee's got to go back to it and really hammer it out.
Thank you. Ms. Dixit? You haven't had a...
So I do want to say this thing, and I look at the system where we are here. Nobody fails the school classes and their grade in FCPS. I feel like once they're done with 8th grade, they move on to 9th grade. How much of our student population gets held back? Do we know, Mr. Sloan? Doctor? Detained, yeah.
I would have to pull that specific data, but one clarification I'll make is that in the high school level, you have to earn a certain number of credits in order to progress to the next grade. And then to move to senior year, you have to be able to finish the number of credits left. So it's a little bit different from elementary to middle to high school, but high school does have, you have to earn 5 credits to move on, 5, 10, 15, and then be able to finish in 12th grade.
So basically, from kindergarten through 8th grade, you can just go year by year, just keep progressing?
Well, I think principals work with families and teachers to sort of make those determinations. There's a lot of research against retention as a policy, especially in elementary grades, and so we have guidance that exists for elementary and middle school around promotion, in addition to the, I think, policy and regulation around that. But principals have to work sort of families on an individual basis to sort of make what's the best choice for each student.
Okay, yeah, this is something interesting because from where I come from, we have fail pass debates on the grades of the end of the year grades. If you're less than 50% in this case, would be you cannot move to the promoted to the next class. And I don't know if that is something very unpopular to discuss, but that's something then once they go to the 9th grade, now these students who have not maybe done mastery in some content areas or have gained a lot of those skills, reading, writing, math, they're now suddenly and ninth grade, and now it's graded based. So it's kind of a different way how things are done, but I'm just thinking how, in general, how many students are detained that word. I would like to know the number. Thanks.
We could look at it. It's relatively small. Just on your last point, though, I would say if you actually look at our student performance from elementary, middle, and high on standardized assessments, the pass rates are higher at high school than they are at middle school, than they are at elementary school. So students are able to do the work, maybe even if they weren't able to do the work previously or earlier. They're doing well in high school.
Ms. Sizemore-Heiser.
Thank you. A couple of things. If this grading scale is interpreted to say quarter grades or end of quarter grades, I think we need to specify that. Because what happens is when assignments are graded or input into SIS, SIS converts it into this scale. And that's part of, and then if assignments are graded on the 4 and I had many meetings with a constituent with the same exact issue because, and if you have assignments graded on a 4.0 scale, then that's put into SIS and converts into this scale, it actually hurts the higher achiever grades because of 4.0. So there's just, and Dr. Presidio, I know we had many conversations around this, and maybe if you can chime in and kind of share what you had heard as well. If you could stop my time, please.
Yeah. Well, I'm not exactly sure what I would share on this. I mean, we did eliminate the 4-point grading scale, so we just have the one grading scale now. So, I mean, yes, we did have a lot of conversations about that, and some of those issues were, evidence and rationale for eliminating the 4.0 grading scale. So we have done that.
Thank you, I appreciate that. I think that's my point of I don't think we should take the grading scale out because it opens the door to bring the 4.0 grading scale back. What do you think, Dr. Presidio, about that?
I think we have so many different changes swirling. I mean, let me just step back for 2 seconds and say, everybody's working so hard on this policy, and it's really good work, but it's really, really hard work. And I think you can see, we've had a grading committee for 2 years, and the committee work is like this, right? It's a lot of people with different thoughts, different opinions, different perspectives, trying to find consensus on things. I think we've got so many new practices, required practices already that we're implementing this year that we need to stay the course with those, collect the evidence, analyze how things are working, and then come back to the board with that information and some recommendations for changes based on the work of the committee going forward this year. I really don't think we want to be introducing any new changes right now at all.
And so I guess that's my point, is that I appreciate that. So that's why I think we need to leave this in here. But in terms of moving the 0 in here, because when your assignments are inputted into the SIS and they translate to this scale, it effectively eliminates our actual use of 0 because of the way it's translated. So I think that we need to put the 0 in here, and this needs to be the grading scale, not just for end of quarter, but for just in general. Or we need to change SIS, but there's a discrepancy in how it happens. And so, in my opinion, I think we move the 0 in here and we leave this as assignments, or we specify this is just for the quarter, and then we need to figure out how to make that happen with how assignments are inputted into SIS. Because what's happening right now is that we're defaulting to this for assignments because of the input, because of the technology aspect of it. So I would recommend put the 0 in here. I think what I've heard consensus from people is they want the 0 with a reasonable attempt, is what I'm hearing from people, and leave this without specifying end of quarter grades, and just grades will have a 0 if without a reasonable attempt.
Thank you. Ms. Anderson.
Okay, so if my back of the envelope math is correct, and I'm asking clarifying questions, not because I have some aim, but because I'm actually trying to understand. And because I'm living this, it's a little bit different than so right now, you absolutely can enter a 0 in SIS and it shows as a 0, 100%. What I'm hearing you say is that if a student earned less than 50% by the end of the quarter, that grade would be artificially increased to 50 as just the bare minimum that they could earn for their work that semester, or that quarter.
That's correct.
So, but that does not mean that kids that make no attempt on an assignment are getting that moved up to 50 just because at the end of the quarter. So let's say I've got 3 100s and a 0. That's a 75%. If it's increased to 50 for the 0, that's 80-something%. And so it's a very significant outcome for a kid. And so what I'm asking is, we're not doing that across the board. We're only making sure that those quarter grades, the minimum is 50.
That's correct.
So that way it doesn't astronomically hurt them throughout the rest of the.
That's right.
Okay. So I just wanted to make sure that I understood that. But absolutely, I mean, kids are definitely earning zeros in classes. So as someone who's living this and can see the percentages every time they look in. And that's the only thing that I would say is the other reason is that I don't want kids to artificially have a different perspective about what their grade is by the end. If they miss an assignment, there should be a little bit of pain point to make sure that they recognize the fact that they understand that they made a mistake. Now, I mean, we haven't even talked about this, and I'm not trying to bring it in, but late work is another aspect of this that, at some point, direction needs to be given, because there are lots of circumstances where you can't redo the summative unless you've done all the work, but you can't make up formative assignments, which is against the point of what you guys are trying to aim for.
Well, we do have a current grading requirement around late work that applies to all teachers and students in the division in terms of the maximum amount of points that can be deducted and how long you have to make that work up. So, I mean, we do have a standardized practice around that right now.
All right, any more questions, comments around Ms. Marin?
Well, does late work count as reassessment? Because we have a practice of late work, but you're basically being reassessed because you didn't turn it in on time, and you're getting a second try.
No, they're different things. The reassessment policy only applies to summative assessments, and late work would apply to a formative task that you needed more time to complete for whatever reason.
Well, what I'm saying is, from what I hear from students, it is not consistently applied. The practice of late work and accepting it and how long you have to do it is not consistently applied.
Well, we have a standardized practice for that, and if a teacher is not applying that consistently, I mean, I guess what I would say is, I don't know what's happening in every classroom, obviously, right? So if a student or parent has that concern, they should speak to the administrator, because we do have a standardized expectation of what that practice is.
I guess what I'm saying is, it's a huge system. We're never going to be able to make everyone do the same thing, and we're not trying to create robots. However, there are inconsistencies that make it a challenge for students to do their best and for parents to help students do their best. Now, I think technology can be used better in Schoology and the learning management system, whatever, because I believe Schoology's timeline, I think it was 5 years, we're approaching. Why we're using Schoology and SIS to turn in assignments, that I don't understand. So technology can fix it, but also the policy can be clearer. Now, I've seen plenty of our policies be set for the division, for ourselves, and we don't always meet them. But if we're going to give it the best try, it's got to be in policy. The situation we're in now is that we have policy, we have regulation, and we have practice guidelines. It's gotten so far removed. So I do think, I mean, it's good that we're talking about this, but late work is, in my opinion, reassessment. So do we put that in there?
Dr. Anderson, I believe I saw your placard go up for another go back.
No, but I have another question. I forgot it, but she raised another question for me, which is that last part, which is to direct the superintendent to develop regulations. I think that's one of the things we were hoping to also accomplish, is to not have all of the documents that exist currently around grading, where we'll have the policy and all of the practice things that you guys have in multiple documents get folded in to the regulations. So I'd like to make sure that I raise that, because that was a point that just came to mind. But
Okay, any other comments or questions on grading scale? Okay, so what we have, Ms. Marin.
I just want to ask, are we going to summarize where we're at with these loose ends, because it seems like we're not quite at agreement of, are we going to include the zero portion in here? Are we going to include late work? And this committee can certainly suss that out, but I think it would be helpful. Well, if there are next steps, but can we maybe help identify those so 10 of us aren't trying to put in the same thing? And it would also help us to get our directive for the next meeting. These aren't just staff next steps, these are committee next steps, which is different, which actually makes me wonder, are they really next steps for that document because they're next steps for the committee?
They're next steps for the committee. Yeah, they're next steps for the committee. And I think with this particular situation, I think that we're going to have to do some thinking on this and then come back together. Because if what I initially thought that I heard from some of my colleagues was that when you enter a certain numerical grade, it converts it based on this scale for every grade that's entered. And I guess to that end, if you enter a zero, it's either a 0 or a 50. There's nothing in between. The 0 doesn't get converted until it's that instructor's finishing quarter grades where I get the back of the envelope math, right? 3 50s and a 75 versus 3 zeros and a 75. That person would get the bottom of 50. But I think we need to talk about it. And I think that we need to try to be clear about the power of 0 and the grading, the 10-point scales that we're working within. So, I think there's some next steps in there, but I do think this has to be revisited and to get to better clarity. Is that fair in terms of that particular grading? Okay, so, Mr. Frisch? Oh, okay, pass, fail, Mr. Frisch.
Don't have to go through that again. Taking pass-fail, I think I agree with Ms. Marin that it probably makes sense to put that in the grading scale. I'm open, agnostic, but for the sake of these to-be-discussed topics, I think homework and academic honesty are handled in other policies, and to include them in here needlessly delays the bigger picture from moving forward. And I have no problem with governance and the board tackling academic honesty and the homework policy, but those could be done separately without causing any needless delay to the division's ability to implement this policy for the next school year. I think if you take on homework, you are opening a can of worms that will delay this for quite some time. Not that it couldn't be done next year or this year, but it would delay this significantly.
Thank you. Ms. Anderson.
I was in a similar vein. I'm concerned that if this policy is supposed to be discussing grading and looking at the different types of assignments is related to the grading of those assignments, then it doesn't naturally seem as close a fit to me to talk about homework here, because it's a different policy related to instruction rather than an actual policy related to grading. So I think that academic dishonesty fits here. I think the grade reporting obviously fits here. I just think homework was the only section that wasn't as clean a fit for me.
Thank you. Dr. Anderson.
I would tend to agree, because I know around the homework there are a lot of questions, primarily at elementary schools that elect to not assign homework. And looking at the regulation, it says that the schools will develop the homework load. It's a very local decision, and I'm not sure from my conversation with Dr. Reed, that's what you wanted it to remain. Were you looking at doing an update to the homework regulation 3205?
Keep in mind, this is secondary grading.
Right. But it will still, if we're going to bring homework in, we're bringing all the pieces in.
Right, I think when you and I had the conversation, my opinion is that we should have homework. I happen to believe homework is an important part of development for our students. And I think that for homework to be meaningful, it ought to be reflected in some fashion in a grading policy. So what that percentage should or shouldn't be, again, that's my opinion. I don't know that the committee even addressed homework. I'm not sure. But that my comments to you reflected my opinion on the matter, but I'm not on the grading committee at this point, so.
So if your opinion is that homework should be reflected in the grading policy, and homework is part of currently what we have as the 30%, then there might be a space to do something light and not as in-depth as, going over this rather than not having it at all. But I also wanted to raise with academic dishonesty. I think this is also a component where I know we haven't waded in these waters fully yet, but I think we need to also talk about the AI component perhaps and the academic dishonesty and what the expectation is. I don't think it has to outline every single scenario because we don't know it yet. The last conversation that the board had about AI was very preliminary, which was last December with the former board, and we have not returned to it, but I think there's space for that to be considered here. I'd like for something to be articulated about homework. It doesn't have to be the specifics, just we can't ignore it if it's part of the grades.
Just real fast on that, again, our current grading standards requirements are that homework can count up to 10% of the student's grade. And we've had that as our standard since 2015, Michael reminds me. So that language could be inserted here if the committee or the board thought that that was going to be helpful. Or some other language.
And it doesn't have to be the exact percentage, because I think we've done a really good job of staying away of that specificity and letting that live in the regulations, but we should say something. And maybe you could help craft something for the committee to chew on.
Could I comment on the homework comment? Please. I think it's really important how we define homework. It's not the introduction of new skills or new learning. It's the practice of previously taught skills and learning. I also think that there is a great deal to be gained just by learning those routines for executive functioning, like taking something from school home, often sharing that with an adult in the home or an older sibling, being able to bring it back to the school. I think those are skills that are important life skills, honestly. And I think the pendulum has probably swung a little too far in a different direction. And I really believe that when I speak with parents in the community, even parents that are working 2 and 3 jobs and have limited housing want their students to have homework because they want their students to have educational opportunities that perhaps they didn't have. So I just think it's a critical part of our strategy moving forward. And it's kind of time for a little more centering, I think, of the pendulum, probably in a lot of topic areas related to grading and or some of the work. Even just being able to master basic math facts and fluency at a young age really will make a difference in a student's ability to engage in math fluency in the intermediate grades and on into middle school. So I think we have to make sure those foundational skills are present and that there's ample practice for those. So I just want to be clear about what homework ought to look like. It's not assigning a new chapter that we haven't taught yet or children don't have a familiarity with it. And I do think the 10% is certainly reasonable for that in some fashion. So I just want to clarify that.
Firstly, I could not agree with you more. When my children's elementary school went no homework, they were lucky to have me. So I made up the homework for them. It wasn't you were going to come home and have nothing to practice. The reading is going to happen, but we could practice the math facts. We had the flashcards. We did that. Right now, Dr. Presidio, can you speak to how teachers are evaluating homework? Are they collecting and grading and scoring, or are they giving credit for completion, or do you have no idea?
I think it's both of those things, yeah.
Yeah.
So really, I have no idea.
Okay. Because I offer this as a point of consideration, because if homework is not going to be reviewed in some way, kids are not going to do it. But I also know the inequity that comes with homework, or that could come with homework, where, my child, I'm going to see what they've done and to see that they've done it correctly and to give them the support that they may need. Other children may not get that. So I would not necessarily want it to be, not there was a formal A through F grade on the homework assignment, because that will essentially penalize kids because of their parents' effort. But we do need to review the homework because it's there to cement understanding of the concepts being taught at school. So I would like that to be part of the calculus as well for further conversation.
Thank you. Ms. Dixit.
So I'll go with homework first, and then I want to talk about pass-fail as well. So homework is really, really important. I know that for both my sons at FCPS, the year they did not have homework, there was too much time in the evening. And didn't want them, and it became my job to then give them something like you said. So I always want to do that, but then I feel like coming from school is more disciplined. They know they need to take it back. It was very important. My younger son just, told me that he had homework quizzes. So based on the content of the homework, the teacher would take quiz, and those was his favorite classes, he said, because then he could do the homework and then he could take a quiz on that, and because he's already prepared for that matter and that content twice, one in the class, then he studied that again at home, and then he's taking the test on that or quiz. So I full support of homework. I should say homework should start from kindergarten all the way till 12th grade, like every year. There are a lot of elementary school don't do homework, which is disservice to our students. Pass-fail, I would say, is we have some good courses which are pass-fail, and that they can go to a letter, at least a grade, which the personal finance class. It's a really, really good class. But the way it's done is that it's there's an option of taking it on a self-paced learning, or you can do it in the classroom. And if there is a way to assign a grade to it, I think it's going to help. It's pass-fail. Yeah, but then most of the students go for pass-fail on that too. Yeah, so it will help to them to do some assignments on it, to take it more, because I feel like personal finance is one of the skills they will take it to in their life in the future, and it's not to be something they could just pass. They can work on it and work hard on it. So I would be an advocate of that. Thank you.
Mr. Moon.
I concur with my colleagues and superintendent on the importance of homework. And also, unfortunately, unless there is a consequences on the homework, that students may be prompted not to do the homework. So, giving certain percentage, assigning certain percentage of grading to the homework, that makes sense. I would not want to require teachers to grade every homework. Maybe if I were a teacher, I could select a few from each homework, just to make sure that students, because the homework is reviewing what has been already taught, most of the times. So to make sure that students, his or her students have actually learned what was taught by looking at what was produced as a part of homework, that helps the teachers as well, as the teachers plan a instruction for to go forward. So as to whether we should keep that homework section in this policy or do a separate policy, it doesn't matter to me, as long as that gets done. If we don't have a policy per se, just a practice, and if that is not being consistent, whether we give teachers a discretion up to 10% or whether it has to be 10%, that is for governance committee to consider with recommendation back to us, but I think that should be done.
Thank you. Nobody new, right? You haven't gone? Oh, sorry, Ms. St. John Cunning.
So thank you. I agree with my colleagues and Dr. Reed about homework, and I think one of the important things about homework and the importance of it is if we are going to keep the responsibilities where we talk about parents and caregivers and students and what they're supposed to do, this is the opportunity where our parents and caregivers can be actively responsible in what's going on. Again, going back to my parent liaison, hat, so many parents said, why isn't there homework? And I would work with a lot of families that didn't speak English, but they wanted to see the homework. They wanted to see where their kids were at. They wanted to see that there was something they could help their children with, even if they didn't know the language, where they could sit them down and, even if it was to be counting pennies or, setting aside, beans, and this is at the elementary school. So I think it's critical. My feeling is that if homework is going to count for a grade, it's going to go to grading, that maybe it should be mentioned here because this is going all to grading policy, so that's what my feeling is. But I think the added benefit to homework is it can help promote parent engagement.
Thank you, Ms. Sizemore-Heiser.
So I also think homework needs to be in this policy because it's, again, related to grading. We're talking about assessments and summative and formative. So I think it's important to have it in here. I also very much agree that I think homework is important, again, not for new knowledge, but for those executive functioning skills and for practice. I can tell you that I had to, my son from elementary school to middle school actually lost those skills because he wasn't getting homework, and I had to literally put it in his IEP that he would get homework so he could continue to build those executive functioning skills. And it should not have had to be put in his IEP for him to continue to have those skills. So I feel very strongly that homework builds a lot of skills, parent-family engagement, all of the things. One suggestion I would make is maybe, my colleague and I think have the same idea at the same time, so maybe we're sharing a brain today. But that second paragraph, the district believes that homework that seems more of a philosophy. So that, I would maybe recommend that second paragraph get moved to the philosophy section, and the only thing that's in this is just that first paragraph. And that seems to make a little more sense. As for the 10%, I think that to me would be operational. I would leave it to staff to figure out what percentage homework should count as. My personal opinion, I think as long as we put a stake in the ground that homework is essential and assigned as appropriate under the supervision of the superintendent, I'm comfortable with this language. I would just move the second paragraph to philosophy and leave it.
Okay, before I go back, I will take a turn. I agree. However, I would want to include something related to practice-focused work in both sections, just to reiterate it's practice-focused work. Then the other thing I also want to comment on is that I do know that I've had more than, I've heard on more than one occasion that people have actually left our system because we didn't issue homework. That people who were choosing private schools that were going to actually give homework in elementary school and or middle school as better preparation for their kids for high school. And I think that if we do homework, I hate to say it, like we used to do homework as practice, that maybe some of those folks will come back because of the quality of our public schools. And in terms of pass-fail, I do agree. I think that we can add a P to the grading scale. That's a P is 100 to a 60. And what you see on the transcript is a P. So that's the range for it. And I'm comfortable with that. We haven't really talked in depth about pass-fail in terms of being eligible and having the opportunity. I do think that and I think Ms. Dixit, what she was speaking to is the operational part of this, which indicates that you can take our EPF course, Econ and Personal Finance course, you can take it pass-fail. You could take it self-directed, which has to be pass-fail, or you could take it for a grade. But you can also take AP Econ or IB Econ to fulfill that. So I do think that there are specific courses that are named in the regulation. The one thing that I also want to point out, and it was also in some of the information that was shared to you that I heard, I got it in written form from one Langley counselor, they would like the timeline for a student to make that decision to be a little longer, because they feel sometimes students make it prematurely and realize they can get their legs under them in a class. Because in many cases, a student who takes, for example, self-directed EPF in the summer, they're creating space for a different course during the year. And it's a management issue because it's when that was mandated by the state, which I do believe, my dad was a financial advisor, it's a very, very important task and a very important class. But, a student who may or may not believe they could do AP Bio for a grade, but they're interested in perhaps a medical field, having them be able to take that AP Bio on a pass-fail basis because it's not one of their 4 required sciences, I think we need to continue to offer that practice and that ability for our kids. So I'll stop there and I will go to go-backs. And I think, Ms. Marion, you're first.
Great. So, yeah, this homework piece. So, again, initially, I found it because I was looking at the related policies, and I put it in there. And we kind of have gone back and forth, and I have gone back and forth. For the purposes of expediency, I am okay with not including it right now, and it could be a follow-on motion that we get the governance committee to do. It could also be that we just put in something very general, something like homework will be defined by the superintendent and assessed per regulation set by the super, or as part of the formative assessment practice, but that could be a little bit too much for us right now. We could just say homework will be defined by the superintendent and assessed, accordingly, or in accordance with this policy. We can do something. Now, it doesn't have to be perfect, but it can get us at least to a statement that we recognize that homework gets assessed. It's best placed in the policy. Academic honesty, I've never really liked this one here. I mean, we could put academic honesty in a lot of our policies. That's why we have the student rights and responsibility regulation. That's where that stuff lives. Otherwise, I don't know, a number of policies could speak to that we want academic honesty. Dr. Reed, I was wondering if you could please walk us through your desired timeline for having this finished, because this whole timeline predicated on you being able to work with your team so that the policy would be in place with the regs for the next school year, and that is upon us, so that will help us. Thank
Yes,
you.
ma'am. I think I like to start with a planning backwards. So if we would intend to implement a new grading policy in September or in August of '25, then I believe we set May 1, 2025, which is this spring, that we need to have something back to you from the committee and approved by you, because it takes May and June to work with staff to prepare for August. So that would, I think originally we talked about November being the month that you all would have the policy for me to then ask Dr. Presidio to reconvene the committee and work within the bounds of that policy to come back with, I guess, our draft regulation that will sit underneath that policy that becomes the grade law of the land starting in August of '25.
Well, so we have mentioned our concern about giving teachers enough time. That doesn't seem like very much time if we're finalizing it in May, because then you would need to develop, I would suppose, training, and Schoology would maybe need to be updated, so.
May 1 was our time to announce it, so really it's April that we would want to bring it back to you, which I think we were hoping we'd at least have December, January, February, March, or at least January, February, March to have the committee meet, and that's a tight turnaround in 3 months.
So colleagues, I'm comfortable with I want to keep to that timeline. I think that we can hold on homework. If we don't get to it right now, we can always, see where the policy lands, and maybe we go back to it in May, or maybe it just stays. But like Mr. Frisch said, I'm not willing to hold up this policy and giving teachers more time and for it to roll out just to figure this out right now.
Ms. Sizemore-Heiser?
Thank you. I just want to make a quick point. I totally agree that we should say it's practice focused, but I want to make sure I'm not misunderstanding something. It does say in here, the last sentence of that second paragraph. I just didn't know if you wanted to have it somewhere else. You want it in both, because I just think since it's in the philosophy, it would carry over through the document. But I was just wanting to make sure that I wasn't misunderstanding something. It's not a big deal either way to me. So that's really the main question that I had. I still reiterate my point. I think homework belongs in here, and we can flush it out on a separate policy, but I think we need to mention it.
Dr. Anderson?
Since we seem to be looking ahead a little bit, can you speak to when our next meeting is and whether or not we can accomplish kind of some of the details that we've had here and find some sort of way to get it to folks so we can turn this around and be able to return it to staff before, the Christmas holiday? Because I know we don't have a lot of meetings remaining.
So our next meeting is November 19, which is next Tuesday from 3 to 5. I know that we typically have longer for next steps, but since it's next steps to guide our work, we're going to need to get on that. And I don't know, I'm not going to claim I know the procedural manual and all of its details and intricacies, but, yeah, that's our next meeting, and I would like to be able to walk out of that meeting with this as tight as possible. I will, and again, I don't know, but I'm just going to throw this out based on your question, Dr. Anderson. Would it be plausible that we get this to a space where we're comfortable with it, but we don't actually formally vote to adopt it, but we let staff work with that to do their work, or do we have to adopt it?
It's a policy. We'll have to adopt it.
I understand, but I guess what I'm saying is personally, I think we're in a pilot year, and when I talk to HSPA and I talk to people, they're like, we're only a quarter in. We don't even fully understand. We're speaking to you on a quarter's worth of information when we really could speak more, better if we had 3/4 of information around all the things that were the guidelines for this year. So that's the reason I posed the question, but.
And I hear that, but from what I believe I understand, and Dr. Presidio, you might be, you're definitely the one to confirm that, the main difference that occurred this year, because reassessment, I have in my notes, that has been in place for a number of years. Other factors have been in place for at least 2 years. The only brand-new thing, and please tell me if I'm incorrect, is the weighting. What other factors are brand new for this year?
So Michael's going to have to remind me if I'm missing anything, but we definitely implemented the 70-30 grade weighting, 70 summative, 30 formative, and we changed the reassessment policy where teachers had discretion how much to reassess to, up to 100%. Those were the two main ones.
What was reassessment up to before?
So again, we've had reassessment in the division since 2015. And the policy, the practice requirement standard, the practice standard is, prior to this year, was that teachers could determine whether to reassess up to 90%, up to 100%.
Okay.
Right. So the 80 was the floor, basically, but you could go above the floor.
Okay, so it was definitely, so we have two brand-new things. Thank you, that's helpful. I'm not sure that I understand what I think I understand you're saying, Ms. Lady, is that we finish this work, but we pause on its adoption so that we can have more time for the year. Well, I understood from the follow-on motion that we had last year is that we would finish this work and really outline what the charge would be for the grading committee, for them to then resume their meetings and start this in order to inform what comes next.
Exactly.
So
I posed
we
a
could still
question.
finish.
I understand my question is not on the table. But
Oh,
that's.
no, I was just trying to build understanding. I didn't know I didn't know enough to agree or disagree.
Yeah.
Okay. So
I was, again, I'm new on the board. I was talking about a collaboration with the people who do it, with the people who write policy. But we write policy, and if we have to write the policy and then let them do it, I understand that's the way it goes.
Okay.
Mr. Frisch.
Just want to clarify two things for process sake. Next steps are defined in our governance manual as a mechanism for receiving information from staff. When we have one of these driven processes where we're bringing a policy from the committee is going to dictate to us when they need that feedback returned to them by. Thank you. So I presume after this meeting, Miss Lady can send an email to everybody saying, you need to have your, we've been calling it next steps because it looks the same. You need to have your items in there by X date. You need to have your opinions registered by X date. This is all linked on board docs for the public's consumption, by the way. Secondarily, if there's a question about piloting or review of this and, whatever, it could be a follow-on motion for the adoption of the policy. Once we had a policy where we were going to bake into it, this policy will go into effect in 2022. Well, then it was like, well, do we have to amend the policy when it's 2023? Because it's already, so it was just a follow-on motion to say like this policy will be held until 2022, right? So if there's a question about wanting to look back after a year of its implementation or whatever, because it is a 5-year review, right? There could always be a follow-on motion that asks the superintendent to provide the board with a review of the first year of under the new policy. Because I get what you're saying, that like, it's going to be quite a switch, and we want to know how it goes. So I would just put those two things out there. But I think it's important that that everybody's responsive to the emails about this next steps, for lack of better phrasing, approach for the policy. So put your suggestions in and go encourage your colleagues to look at it. And if they have any questions, they can ask you questions so that they can register their opinions.
Thank you. Get that, perfect timing. Okay, any other comments, questions about pass, fail, or homework? Okay, and I think that we also seem to have touched on academic honesty. So we're going to focus, with the little time we have left, on comments regarding grade reporting. Ms. Sizemore-Heiser.
This might be opening too big of a can of worms on academic honesty, but I know at the college level, we're very much struggling in working with how to talk about AI in terms of our plagiarism and academic honesty section. So Dr. Rhee, I wanted to ask you, do we need to add a sentence in here about AI? One of the ways that at the college that we've been struggling with this, and I'm on the leadership team there of our department, is saying that using AI without citing it is academic dishonesty as opposed to not using it at all. And I know we're still grappling with that, the state's still grappling with that, but it feels like the lack of mention in here may be an issue, but I wanted to see what your thoughts were on that.
So I think it's a great question. We've had plagiarism really in a variety of genre, right? You can go online and probably grab almost anything and use tools to copy and paste, right? Whether it's AI or not. So I don't know if enumerating every possible academic dishonesty strategy is, although AI is certainly, with the ChatGPT is, you might even call ubiquitous, right? It's, but Dr. Presidio, I know you signaled an interest in responding. Thoughts?
Yeah, I just wanted to share kind of what our current practice is on that again, which has been shared with all of our schools. But again, this is still new, so there's a lot more learning and adjustments that need to take place. But currently what we say is that students are not allowed to use AI to complete assignments unless their teacher has given them directions to be able to do so and to what extent they might use it. So for example, they might use it to help create an outline for an essay that they're writing, or they might use it, there's a lot of ways where they could use it for academic purposes that wouldn't be graded, like creating flashcards and a summary of the notes of a class, right? There's a lot of positive ways to use it for studying. But in terms of using it on assignments that are going to be graded, you can't use it on graded assignments unless the teacher has given you explicit direction that you can and to what extent that you can use it. And so far that's working, I'm not going to say great, because it's, this technology is emerging for sure. And I think a lot of our teachers would like better technology tools to see if they could run student assignments through an AI checker to see if a student had used AI, and we don't really have that quite yet, but we're working on that with the IT department. But anyway, that's our current state.
I guess I bring that up because we're doing the same thing at the college level. I have assignments that have the students use AI, and so I get that. My point is that when I read this, I would think academic dishonesty includes unauthorized use of AI. But what I am not sure is, do our students, teachers, and general public understand that any form of academic dishonesty include AI, or do we need a sentence in here that says cheating, plagiarism, unauthorized use of AI, or any form of, like, do we need to specifically mention unauthorized? Because what I'm hearing you say is there's a difference between authorized use, right, and unauthorized use.
Yeah, I mean, I think it wouldn't hurt if we were going to have an academic honesty section. I think we probably should, because we've tried to include this language in a couple different places. We've asked teachers to include it in syllabi, SR&R. We've put it different places. But if we were going to have an academic honesty section in this policy, I would suggest that we include it here as well.
Okay, so, and that's what I was trying to get at, is it feels like it's missing when it's not in this policy, right? Because if we have it in other places and we don't have it here, there seems like an inconsistency. So I would, and I can put it in next steps, but I would recommend we add, after cheating, plagiarism, a sentence that says unauthorized use of AI or any form of academic dishonesty, to kind of mention that. And I'm happy to put that in next steps, but I do think calling it out specifically would be helpful.
Thank you. Dr. Anderson.
I definitely agree. As I raised just a little while ago, I don't think we can escape that conversation. But it also leads me to what I started to ask earlier, which is, how are we instructing our teachers? Are we providing them with resources in terms of how to use AI, how they can lead students to use AI in the ways that you just described a little while ago, in lieu of just open season and then kids end up getting caught because they're not being walked through responsible usage?
So like anything that we talk about with tens of thousands of teachers and very little time, it's hard to do any of that work well. So we've produced guidelines and resources and things for teachers to use. We've been running AI cohorts for folks that want to learn more about how to use it appropriately, how to use it effectively. But again, that's by choice, somebody saying that they want to opt into doing that work. We've built AI into our Lighthouse project, which is an innovation project that IT is running with some support from ISD. So, I mean, we're doing different things, but it's not reaching everybody, as consistently as we would like it to. So.
Thank you. And hopefully part of those conversations for those who elect to participate is how they can utilize AI to reduce their own workload, because I think that's important. We do have this tool, but we can't use it to reduce our own workload and then not wanting for students to use it to reduce their own workload, their workloads as well. So it would be great if we can kind of align some of these practices. So that's a future conversation I'd love to have with you.
Ms. Anderson.
I do think that this is a great opportunity for us to actually name the document that does talk about the nuances of academic dishonesty. So I do think that we from my work with DODIs and things like that at the federal level, it's very important to kind of name what document for people to go to next. And so I do think that the academic dishonesty, I have no problem with putting like unauthorized use of artificial intelligence, but we do need to make sure that we're outlining where the consequences are for these things, to just point to it, because that's a document that we look at every year. So I do think that using the policy to kind of direct people to where they can find other information is really important.
Thank you. Anyone else need a first turn on this one? Because this is also informal and formal, so hopefully that we're doing both. I will agree. It's my understanding that the outcomes are in the SR&R. And I also want to add, and this is going to sound very, very wordy, except for the fact that it happens in real time, especially in mathematics, is that if students find former versions of tests from former students, they are not allowed to use them to study. And I say that explicitly because this happened recently in one of our schools, and I heard from a math teacher, I'm not going to name it, but because they didn't say, as a math team of this particular subject, you may not use any former versions of a test that you find or your sibling gives you, they couldn't consequence the 15 kids who had got their hands on one and impacted the studying of that test. And we had similar situations in previous schools where I worked. I mean, there's only so many banked questions at certain high-level maths. So again, with unauthorized use of AI, in addition to something else related to, former versions, and then where the consequences are listed, I agree with. And then since I take a stab at it, I'm okay with how things are redlined and informal and formal. And I'll go to go-backs. Is there any additional comments on informal or formal? Wow. Well, I am so proud to conclude this meeting at 3:28 with 2 minutes to spare. 4:28, I mean. I can't even read the clock. 4:28, we're adjourned.